Sequence initiating.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to College 26. Guess what? You've got the Celtic duo back on the screen again. Myself and Zep. Zep, how are you this evening? You've had a long one last night. You're here again tonight for another classic matchup here between Kaiser Seahawks and Coastal Carolina.
Listen, Mark, one thing that we both know being from the European side of things, if we want to work these illustrious American events, there truly is no rest for the wicked. But I'm delighted to be back again, delighted to be joined by yourself again to check out the Kaiser Seahawks taking on Coastal Carolina. Should be an absolutely fantastic series. I mean, if it lives up to any of the games of which we saw yesterday, then we are in for one hell of an evening. Can't wait to get into this one, and we are going to get a look as well at the head-to-head of these two teams. You know, a little bit more of a mixed record in comparison to some of the perfect records we've seen from the games yesterday. The Kaiser Seahawks not having the greatest of start against a team in Coastal Carolina who've had a bit of a mixed start. So at least these two sides, it's fair to say, are fairly even in where they're sat so far, which could make an interesting series.
Yeah, definitely. I was looking at the season record so far. Obviously, only 4 maps deep as it is, or games deep, should we say. But yeah, I mean, there's not really much really to decipher between these two early on in the stage. But yeah, the Seahawks maybe getting used to kind of the overall flow of the Black Ops 7 series and see how they get into it with Coastal Carolina. 2-2. I mean, they can win maps. They can both win maps. I mean, there's a chance that this could go the distance. This could be a nice, interesting one. And speaking of the distance, let's look at the maps and modes that we'll be watching. In fact, sadly, we don't have very much of a variation here, as we have a double scar, and we could have dun 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 den on the card. Overload, hardpoint, and search and destroy den if we go the distance in the end. But we're guaranteed to at least see one den, at least, but that will break it up a little bit from after seeing 2 scars. Hardpoint and search and destroy and scar, though. I do like the map scar, I can't lie. But you feel for this setup of maps, then yourself, Zip.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's an interesting one, and again, comparing to what we've seen yesterday, there's kind of an interesting contrast at the moment between the teams who are confident at their gameplay versus the teams who are maybe starting off in a way where they're not as happy, right? The first couple of weeks is a time to hone your shot and hone your game across a variety of map mode combinations. We're already getting into that point in the season where you really start to need to make these games count, and as we will be loading into Scar Hardpoint, the first of 2 scars that we will be seeing here today, it's just interesting to note that the teams that are doing well are happy to pick variety, happy to have 5 different maps. The teams that aren't doing well, they're going for all reliables. Both of these teams probably feel a bit more confident in Scar, so they're choosing that. And then Triple Den, of course, they both must love Den, but as we get into game 1, who can be dominant on Scar?
Yeah, exactly. We'll get straight into the action, straight towards P1. Middle of the map we go for the first bit of action as Ajax will open up the first blood, find a couple of kills himself as well. Well, Jake also keeps that kill feed going white for Coastal Carolina.
Yeah, great start for Coastal Carolina here. Ajax 2-0, keeping the market pushed out, going up for the third, trying to get this fourth, eventually getting it through the wall. Jake with one as well. Terrific start. The Seahawks trying to get onto the point, but just one blue kill in a wave of white from Coastal Carolina as they are locking down this P1. A nice child coming around the side though, trying to get in for just sort of a modicum of time, at the very least getting a contest to slow things down. But Ajax has been going absolutely huge so far, already having 8 engagements with only the first 60 seconds gone.
Yeah, that's a wild start for sure. 6 into 8 goes. They've got 34 seconds as a team as well so far on P1, which is quite a considerable margin considering you don't normally see that happen on P1. It's normally a mixed bag of points, but Kaiser Seahawks, they've got the early start here in P2. One of the hills that you'd like to hold on to for as long as possible. It's a good transition from here to P3 as well as you head past Churchside, but they're holding on and they're going to try and get that lead. Potentially if they can hold out the gunfights, but Ducky and Jake, they'll come in flying in and break that hard point open, and all of a sudden that is going to be the chance for Carolina to get held into that point and get as many kills on the board as Jake tries to line up another pistol out, and that is bloodshed on Bloodshot.
Yeah, we have seen 2 players now in Ajax and Jake for the side of Carolina just being incredibly happy and confident in their gunfights. I mean, the way that Jake played that AR position, absolutely phenomenal. Jake continuing to pop off as well, picking up another. Now in a 4 spree, OT7 as well, 6 and 4 to begin with. Only Ducky having, not as many engagements, but that's only because he's been kind of anchoring more of the time alongside Ajax, where Ajax is getting the kills. Ducky is making sure to rack up that time. 75-50 to begin with, 60-point lead. Seahawks have rotated well for P3, but already you can see in that map positioning they're getting ready to collapse on in Carolina and take them off that time.
Yeah, Jake comes in from the right behind. He'll find Bloodshot and then he'll find Value, and that's definitely the amount of kills you want to be building up here in towards P3. They've got a good lead so far, but it's always Kaiser Seahawks so far that have been in control of the early time, but they just can't hold on. They get pinched either side on both these hard points so far, and now all of a sudden they're having to try and fight from the front, trying to send it straight into P3, and you've obviously got to try and think about the next set of rotations as well, because the time is dwindling, and Kaiser Seahawks, they're still in their back spawn, nowhere near the new hardpoint rotation.
Yeah, Ajax Ducky on a 2, make that 3 spree for Ajax, and Jake on a 6. These guys just simply aren't dropping right now as this lead almost getting to a 100-point gap, successfully rotated over towards P4 spawns. I'm going to anchor on that money hill. It's a great point for them to hold down. They're surely going to get over 100 points. The Seahawks have not been successful with practically any break attempts so far. Value offering an opportunity to get through, allowing the opportunity to get round the back, and finally going to break through for a little bit of time themselves and that spawn flip. But is it going to account for much? Value's going huge, but will it be enough?
Yeah, well, we can see Coastal. They've got a 100-point lead, and let's go jump in for a listen in to see how these comms are going and how they're flowing, and considering they're in a great state so far.
I have streak for now.
Top
left.
One right.
Yo, watch out right.
Oh, he's watching bottom. He's going right side by shed. He's going out by shed.
Nothing red.
I got you.
Hold on. One red. Weak.
No, top lure.
I'm dead. One red weak.
Plane stun.
Red dead.
That's funnel.
Plane 1 shot value.
Two plane.
Alright.
2 plane.
I can pinch plane.
Alright, hold on. I'm streaking. Go green. I'm streaking.
I got one.
Top green.
Alright, top green, time, and 2 spawning mid.
I'm dead.
Two top green.
Top green is
If
bullet.
I hit him top green.
Alright,
Mid cut. He's gonna push me out.
Down 18.
Dead.
I got time. Plane dead.
Nice. I got you
Mid-
plane top.
He's in plane right now.
I want your plane. One from wood. Don't mind.
Third. Spawn the kind of in the back. It's gonna be a top green.
I gotta help up, Mace.
Top green dead. Another one. Dead.
One shot run time. He's literally in front of the time.
Dead.
Yep, dead.
Nice.
I'm in market, guys.
Top line.
No.
They're gonna be thinking now.
Don't chow. I'm looking top.
Well, Zep, that is absolutely clean there as hell from Jake. He comes out of this streak, he comes straight into two players right in front of him. He finds the 2 kills. He does an absolutely fantastic job. I think he's continuing that spree. The POV is just phenomenal. They're spraying the fade. He's got 4 in a row. They've got a massive lead of 120 seconds here, and they're building more and more.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is just absolutely next level from Carolina at the moment. We're seeing such a difference in performance levels. Jakes and Ajax are just running the show at the moment, whereas, look, you go across the board with the Seahawks, Crew, 6 and 19, Bloodshot, 5 and 18. Those are just KDs that aren't going to be able to do enough against the likes of Carolina here, with the greatest respect to them. A little bit of a skill disparity on show here. Whether or not it's the case that they're just a little bit cold to begin with is just a case of waiting and seeing going into map 2, but there's not much really left for the Seahawks to cling on to in this map, other than maybe trying not to get 100-point clubbed, but even that looks like it's going to be a difficulty going over the P2.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficulty in P2. You've got control already. Carolina are already there, and they are there early. There's one player trying to make that wraparound. That's Bloodshot, but yet we've seen on the scoreline there, he is yet to get very many kills. So whether that pinch works out for him and he actually manages to get the break for the Seahawks, that's their goal, but he might actually be finished off before he even gets the flank in. And it's Jake, of course it's Jake. He shuts him down. There's free in the feed once again. Jake cannot be stopped. He's going to be building another set of streaks surely here as well. I mean, the Coastal Carolina, they are just looking to coast their way through map number 1.
You know, we're seeing so much Jake on the feed here, and yeah, I was thinking that we're on Mason here at the moment, who's also coming up as Jake because the Codcaster bug also has him as number 3. Makes a lot of sense, because I swear to God I was seeing Jake having like about 10 3-pieces so far this game, but no, it's a combination of Mason and Jake, who have been getting a variety of 3-pieces, don't get me wrong. And Mason, by the way, 23 and 13, a player's name we haven't mentioned as much, but I mean, that's just, everyone has just popped off, everyone has been on fire, and Coastal Carolina dominating map 1 with a 100-point club victory in some fashion.
Yep, cruising down the coastline in their jet speeded hoverboat, whatever they want to be on. I mean, whatever they're using, they're just absolutely gliding their way through the map. It was fantastic to see. There's only one player that on the roster. You're just about like, wait a minute, he didn't even need to do any work, Ducky. 7 and 11. Is that not a store in America as well? I mean, there you go. He spent his time there. A 50 club is unbelievable. What a round from the Coastal Carolina to start us off here in Scar Hardpoint. And sadly, for the Seahawks, they're heading into a Scar Search and Destroy as well. A map that obviously seems to work well for Coastal Carolina.
Yeah, and only managing to get 2 points on the last 3 hills is something that, you know, the Seahawks are not going to be happy about. But what the real scary statistic I take from all of this is that you are not seeing many spikes at all from the Seahawks on the back half of this. You're not seeing a case of them sort of starting off slow, getting an understanding of their opposition, and finding a way to, you know, improve incrementally, at least to take into map 2. It was just steadily a poor performance by Seahawks comparative to Coastal Carolina, who are looking clean, consistent as a 4, and they themselves did warm up as the map went on to look even more dangerous. And to be honest, I think unless the Seahawks can change completely to overhaul the narrative here, we could be in for a very short series.
Yeah, this could well be. I mean, they're just absolutely gunning already. Very warm to the Coastal Carolina side. I mean, if they are anything like that in their hardpoint, I'm scared to see what they're like in Search and Destroy as well, because they could just be running down the map. We could easily see pretty dominating Search and Destroy, but like you said, there's some teams that play better at some game modes, some play better at others. Maybe guys are Seahawks aren't a very good hardpoint squad, but they might be absolute demons when it comes to Search and Destroy. Maybe Overload as well, maybe looking at the Neslo in this one, but you never know. This is where we're going to be able to find out heading into that Scar. But looking at these stats wise, anything you can take away from it, obviously Ajax, Mason and Jake, they're all in pretty good figures there. Ducky, not so much for his side, doesn't really have to do it, but across the board, there's a few things that just need to change there for the Seahawks. They're getting kills, they're just not getting the right kind of kills.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, for the Seahawks, it's kills that they're getting on the outskirts of things, right? I've often been a preacher of it's not just about how many kills you get in Call of Duty, it's the importance of those kills, right? Whether you're getting them in transition, whether it's turning a 3-man down into a 4-man down to directly garner, whether it's an overload, as S&D round, 15 to 20 points in a hard point. It can be easy to even pull 25 to 30 kills off the bat, but then have that be kills that you've gotten sort of skimming the map, getting them here and there, taking the extra man down, maybe chasing down the spawn, maybe flipping the spawn and having actually an adverse effect on your team just to guarantee a little bit more of a stat pad. So I think for the Seahawks, it's just very important to try and get more kills in those key areas. But they are going to have one more chance to show that they can do something on Scars. We will be going back there again for the search and destroy. And, look, my heart says I'm very worried about them right now in how they're playing. I'm not hopeful for them, but I've seen greater surprises. Maybe Carolina, they're not really an S&D team. Maybe the Seahawks themselves can be a bit of an S&D team. Only time will tell, but for the moment, if you're Carolina, you're surely feeling very confident about how that's gone so far.
Yeah, 100%. Well, you mentioned like you just don't expect them to come out of it, but then that was like the series last night where we were expecting our number 1 seed to coast their way through map number 2 in Search and Destroy, and all of a sudden they were like 5-1 down, and they came back and won at 6-5 or something like that. It was ridiculous. I mean, you didn't expect them to lose that many rounds in a row, but it can happen. Is that the big teams and the better teams could sometimes just not get going in a Search and Destroy, and once you start getting into that mindset where, wait a minute, this isn't working for me, all of a sudden the team could just take advantage of that and put you under more pressure. So if Kaiser Seahawks come out all guns blazing here, get the first couple of rounds under the board card, you never know, there is a chance to upset this Coastal Carolina squad.
Yeah, look, the chances is certainly there, and let's not underestimate how big this game is for both of these teams as we get into the first round. A change up in their stats so far, 1-3 and 2-2, getting a victory would be a massive change of their positions so far. Both trying to fight for it, onto the search and destroy. Carolina in the better position to go for it with round 1 underway.
Yeah, looking like he's trying to snake his way up. You can see Bloodshot in the X-ray vision, but there you go. First blood's going to be pulled out. It's going to be Jake finding one. Once again, continuing how he ended that first hard point there. Lots of kills already, the first kill. An advantage going the way of Coastal Carolina.
Yeah, nice start so far from Carolina. Seahawks already looking just a little bit trapped without options towards this A site, and as the kills start coming through, leaving it at 1 versus 3, Cruz the last left alive. I think the A site on Scar is one of those ones. It's not so much that you're overtaking the site, it's almost that you're accepting the fact that you're going to be trapped on site, and it's how much advantage you take that in the offense, whether it's getting that bomb down, getting a pick so that you at least have the numbers advantage. But it's very easy to be penned in if you're playing sort of tentative around pushing out with the motel. You can just be trapped in, picked apart, and we've just seen a perfect case example of it.
Yep, case and point, and a good solid start round once again here. Coastal Carolina starting off strong, continuing from their hard point, going into round number 2. Though they'll be on the attacking side this time. Taking that bomb is going to be, well, it's going to be Ducky. It's not going to be Mason. We'll not look at what it says on the screen there, because that can never be right. We can never be certain. But they're heading over towards that A-side motel. They've got quite a good amount of coverage there, and you can see Value trying to take some shots from above, but Cruz is the one to open up that first blood onto Ajax. And now you're going to see Ducky fall as well.
Wow.
Oh.
Dropping left, right, center. Cruz the last left alive. Not for long, and God, what a great offensive win there. Again, going the man down, a great nade from Cruz to make life very difficult once that bomb was down, but they sort of just fell back into themselves, created the distance, and took on the gunfights that they wanted to take, Coastal Carolina. I really liked how they made that distance and gave themselves a favourable position for the gunfights. Obviously still able to win the gunfights, you got to commend those shots, but the positional sense there was really, really clever to take that round. One that I think the Seahawks will be kicking themselves on because they had an opportunity to sneak that one.
Yeah, they had 2 down early on and had a chance to take full advantage of it, but the Seahawks, they just couldn't take that into consideration and think about playing for the trades. But Jake, he's currently going 4-0. He's going on a wraparound. He's taking his teammate with him as well, and Ducky's going to get the first blood. It's a fantastic start once again to round number 3, and there you go. Jake finds one, he finds a second, he's 6 in a row. Is he going to find a third? Or who's that finds a third? I think it's Ducky in the end there to make it 3-0. Coastal Carolina, and definitely just flying our way through the map here. That's going to be Mason on the screen, but I'm sure it was Ducky that's the one that's got the kill. It's just the Collegiate fun times, but we know that's the two that were on the flank in behind, and definitely caught Seahawks with their pants down.
Well, it seems to be so far this Jake's world, and we're all just living in it. 6-0 to begin with. Perfect start. Couldn't ask for much more. Going to be gunning for that Hellstorm. And looks like he's going to be taking... No, he was looking at that bomb there like he was eyeing it up, but he decides to run around it, let Ducky pick it up. And now he's going to be playing that deep line position to try and get another pick, but is subject to the snipe. Ajax picking up one in the form of revenge, 3 versus 3, but did not expect Jake to go down like that.
No, definitely not. A 1-for-1 in the snipe department there. So they do get the trades back and forward. Sniper's still up. Maybe see if that'll come into play as the bomb does go down. But the timing for Duck is going to be very unfortunate. Wise and Bloodshot will come around, and all of a sudden it's down to Mason on his own in a 1v3 with the bomb down. He's got time against him. It's going to be a difficult task nonetheless. But he is moving his way around the map, and that will be a round on the board here for Kaiser Seahawks. First one. And a first chance to kind of show what they can do on this search and destroy.
Yeah, but I mean, they have no choice but to take the defenses, right? The defenses on this map are arguably, well, not arguably, factually far easier. I think it's the map that has the biggest difference competitively between that offensive and defensive run. You need to take your defensive runs and try and sneak your offenses. They've done the job that should be easier, one they were struggling with, still trying to get that over the line. Now they need to show they can do something on offense.
And Wiz, he's already got a kill with that scope, but can't do it this time round. Gets a little bit of flinch, can't take the shot. First blood though comes with that nade once again. Crew's the first to fall. It's just looking too easy here, Zep. It's just looking far too easy for the Coastal Carolina. It's all down to Wiz once again. He's got the bomb, but he's back in his own spawn, and he is being hunted down.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Wiz again with the sniper in hand as well. Just going to try and get one pick, but even if he gets one, they'll know exactly where he is. He doesn't even get that one, the trade there. Carolina, another round, 4-1. I mean, they are just looking sort of leaps and bounds above at the moment of the in comparison to the Seahawks. Again, hopefully for the Seahawks that could change at some point. They can show a little bit of bite, but other than fleeting individual moments, they've not really made a dent to this Coastal side yet.
No, not at all. I don't even think they're scaring Coastal Carolina whatsoever. So far, between the 4 of them, they have got a total of 6 kills against this Coastal Carolina in 5 rounds. It's not looking good for the Kaiser Seahawks. They're going to have to get into full flight mode if they can want to try and take something away from this game and from this search and destroy. The round, one of the probably easier ones to do, considering the slaying power that does come from Coastal Carolina in the respawns. The search and destroy is the one you want to try and snatch away from them if you possibly can. But Ajax is going to find one. Takes out that first one onto Cruz once again, first blooded, for what seems like the 3rd time in a row.
Yeah, just consistently not being able to pick up anything, as you say, Ajax. And I'm curious, I want to know, is it Ajax or Ajax? Because, you know, Ajax, the Netherlands pronunciation,
Ajax
I went for very much American.
I mean,
yeah, I went for Ajax. You know, it sounds like it could be a Mortal Kombat character or something. You know, it's a proper Butch version of it, but I'm sure someone will let us know as Jake comes through. Carolina, another round, 1 round away from the victory. And, I mean, what more could you say other than that? It's looking as easy as you would like for them.
Cool, calm and collected, I'd say for sure. For the Coastal Carolina, it is definitely the C's. Just add a few U's on the end for University, and then there you go. You've got your cool, calm University. That's what they've got on here, and they're definitely showing up in the action here. 5-1, map point. Take this 2-0 in the series. I mean, you can't really say that it's going to go against that rhythm of play, but the way that the game has been flowing and the way that the search and destroy has been playing out, you have the defensive round as well, the favoured side. So very much so for Kaiser to play this one out.
It should be job done, but you're having Carolina playing very far off the side. But I wonder if it's just because they've decided they want to let Jake cook. Jake, though, not having the auto aim in hand because of the smoke, meaning he gets traded out 3 versus 3, but the flank through round the back. Is he got a spot underneath them? So good. Oh, popping up. That is... God, talk about not having any luck go your way. The kill not finished though either. So the bizarre chain of events there, but eventually taken out, and the Seahawks in trouble.
Yeah. And Ducky seems like he's playing a game of duck goose at this moment, trying to find him, but unfortunately he's been found out. It'll be Cruz finding that kill, makes it a 2v2 scenario, and they've got the bomb still in control, so they head up towards this A site, coming back from the back shed here. He's going to have to try and wait for the position, because time is against you. All of a sudden, Mason has got the op out, and he's going to try and look for something, because somebody's got to get that bomb down, and that's going to be a hit marker through the wall. Unfortunately, he doesn't get that, and he knows the bomb's going to be planted. He's expecting it, and look at the movement and the speed he's bringing out here, Mason. Don't know how he's got that. What's that sense?
6th sense, I believe it is. As a matter of fact, he just seems to know where everyone is. I mean, it's going to be up to him in a 2 versus 1. He seems to be going for the god moments. 2 round the back. Jake, a couple of more spins. Epic ballerina style, hopping the defuse. Show me your pin code as he gets that one through and takes the map to go 2-0 up in the series. Coastal Carolina in cruise control. The Caesar Seahawks in deep trouble.
Almost perfect search and destroy from the get-go. Jake 11-2 with 8 of them being non-traded kills. He's doing a fantastic job all by himself, but I mean everybody else in the team were just lighting it up as well. We're going to a den, we're going to Overload, we're going to that 3rd game mode, our newest one in the franchise. And you know what, I can say it now, I can safely say I feel like in a respawn, in the way that hardpoint went and how quickly that search and destroy has been dealt with, I don't favour Kaiser Seahawks whatsoever coming into game number 3 for Overload. Zep, fancy your chances? Would you put a bet against them?
I mean, look, I think Overload often ends up being that outlier mode. If there's any mode Seahawks can do something on, it will be this one, but it certainly feels like a tall order. I think it's a case for Coastal Carolina and Seahawks. If the Seahawks can get anything from map 3, it's as equally as much as Coastal Carolina taking their foot off the gas pedal as it would be the Seahawks upping their performance, right? I think there needs to be a little bit of give from both to get something out of this map. Of course, I hope that's not the case. I hope that the Seahawks can bring something more substantial to the table just themselves, but I'll more so just be looking at Coastal Carolina's conviction here to get this series over the line and have it be a statement series to go positive in their win-losses this season. It's fun, it's games, you feel like the win is on the horizon, but make sure it's a confident and clean one, and don't be giving yourselves any issues in this map.
Yeah, definitely no issues whatsoever, and that's what we want to see as we finish the highlights reel, which definitely consisted a lot from Jake there and Ajax. They were absolutely slaying between them. That's a total of 18 kills and only 4 deaths. I mean, he could have built streaks, but he didn't have to do it. So let's have a look at how these rounds all panned out. Most of them finishing off high way of kills. Other than that final round, obviously needed to be diffused. But yeah, an unfortunate position to be Kaiser Seahawks. You're going to week 4, you come up against the Coastal Carolina, who have came out all guns blazing. It's a very difficult task to fight back from here.
Yeah, tall mountain to climb. I think for the Seahawks, we're seeing a team again with the greatest respect to them that, you know, they're not going to be really vying for that top echelon within the CCL. And I feel like Coastal Carolina, again, maybe not a team that'll be vying for the very top, but certainly a team who's going to be able to take it to a lot of other teams. You know, that certainly that mid-table team, the ones that can cause issues. And I mean, we are seeing very strong performances from some of their players in moments where I'd be very curious to cover more games for them and see how they play in other games throughout the CCL, because they have players that looks like they could cause issues against the bigger teams, the bigger players, right? Because we've seen them being able to pick up kills, we've seen them being able to work together. The only thing I will say, and again, maybe clutching at straws here in terms of trying to pick apart their gameplay, is that it sometimes seems to rely more so on those individual moments of brilliance. We're seeing so many different, like 2 pieces and 3 pieces come through, versus a team of 4 locking it down and getting consistent recycling 4 downs over and over again. that could be just because of the opposition they're facing off against, and they've recognised the level that they're at and how they can play to get the job done. But yeah, I mean, again, as I say, clutching at straws, they might be able to do that against other teams, but it feels still at times, I think, in this one a little bit individualistic, but they can afford it to be individualistic.
Yeah, I feel like they definitely can be a little bit individualistic when they're doing what they're doing on the map, especially Jake and Ajax and that S&D. They were just showing off a little bit. They just take the long wraps around and catch players off guard, because it's like the fundamentals, they've got them timed down to a T. Seahawks maybe not so much, not a well-drilled oiled machine yet at this moment in time, but you know what? It is still early. It's only week 3. They've got plenty of games to come their way. Seahawks, that being said, they have another game coming your way. After this short break, we'll be seeing Den Overload for game map number 3.
Hi, my name is Rory. My gamer tag is Cruz. I go to Oklahoma Christian University, and I am a nursing student, or Bachelor of Science in Nursing.
Welcome back from that short intermission. We'll be getting straight into map number 3 very soon. We're speaking during that break there about your wonderful view, but we're going to get to see that wonderful view that we have here over in Den for our Overload. Map-wise, Overload and Den, we spoke about it multiple times. I think it's a great map in the grand scheme of things. There's only a few things maybe we'd like to change on that Den Overload, and that's the outer roof side of things and having a mid-cut somewhere potentially. But other than that, it plays out as a nice map for Overloads, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is something just yesterday, me and Corn were talking about it on broadcast as well. In between going into a Den Overload, we were talking about how, you know, on that outer, potentially if you had a wall hop up to some sort of clapped samurai style building, that's, you know, a tunnel that'll take you through to the mid map or something. But, you know, then again, and the counterpoint to that is that, you know, with having an outer like that, it means that if you decide to go down there, there is a lot of risk of going down there, but a risk-reward system, I suppose, as well, if you can break through. But, you know, me and Corn had a bit of time yesterday, and we were talking about how, you know, I feel like when you have a mode like Overload that is sort of capture the flag-esque in terms of how you're playing it and the style you would want to implement when playing it, you want to be able to have a system in where you can be rewarded for your ability to move around the map and stretch the play, versus having to just try and simply brute force your way through a frontal area, which is what it feels like that Outer can be on Overload at times. You want some sort of cut in and out to allow teams to be more fluid in their movements. It's add more dimensions. We don't want it to be one-dimensional. We have a movement system designed entirely to take us away from sort of a one-dimensional-esque style of gameplay. So again, more random spiel there. I'm sure people who tuned in yesterday were delighted to hear an exact repeat of what they heard yesterday right here and now. But I will completely go back to the point that you said, though. Other than that, terrific map, and I cannot wait to see how both of these teams played loading into map 3.
Yeah, loading in and straight in to the action. We will go straight into the middle of the map, straight into the first early opportunity. EMP, very difficult one to take from the get-go from mid-map, but it's all about finding the kills in the kill feed, going your way multiple times. But Cruz is there to at least lay waste back and forward. He's got a couple of kills himself, but nobody's getting any coverage over towards middle of the map. Jake, though, he's been that flanking player that you've got to keep an eye on as well, because if he gets kills in your spawn, there's a chance to get that relay system all the way through to one of these sites.
Yeah, I mean, I liked what Jake was doing there. He was cooking, getting through that P2 area to clear out the back and allow that EMP to be picked up and go through mid-map, while also having an option to take it through B and pushing the spawns out towards A, just garnering that sort of control towards the bottom half of the map on the overall due to that flank. Great gameplay there, but that EMP is being protected. The push hasn't gotten through, and they are just trying to hold on here as Carolina will be trying to push back on up and continue to apply this pressure.
Yeah, it's waiting for that respawning players, because you can push up with 2, but you leave yourself vulnerable. He's going through mid-map cut, and it's going to be a chance for Cruz to go in right towards A. If they can get the coverage and that player pushing up Ducky, he's going to be there. He's at least getting his teammate to find one. Then the EMP carrier has to be back down and completely losing possession. And look at this, 3 dead in the feed. They're all going to be respawning really close towards B, but it's about these crucial gunfights. If it's traded back and forward, it won't value Coastal Carolina to try and get that EMP uploaded. But still, we're set at a stalemate at 0-0, and the EMP device being passed possession from both sides.
Yeah, we're not seeing really a clinical nature in Overload from Carolina as of yet. They are still picking up the kills, they are still being dominant, but they're not positioning themselves in the right way and getting the kills at the right time to be able to finally get pushed up towards that B site. And to be fair, Kaiser, you got to give them credit. They're doing a great job of counteracting and not letting things get too close, and now actually having an opportunity to potentially move up and get a little bit of control themselves. Definitely the most even performance we have seen so far, but I would still say Carolina are still looking very strong in their shots.
Yeah, definitely very strong indeed, but this is the chance now. The chance to get that EMP done. He's going to be the line of defense. They're going to get the detonation in, and it's going to be IX putting the EMP down. And look at Mason. He's trying to lay waste from the players in spawn, because that's a chance for that relay, because we're going back to the bottom, and there's going to be IX going back for that EMP, but mid-map count is all about Bloodshot. If Bloodshot wins that gunfight, and at least it stops that relay going straight back to them. And it's all about now finding the player that was in your spawn, and that's being done and dealt with. So Kaiser, they can at least push back out and get a little bit more map control. And so far, I'm trying to hope that Coastal Carolina can't win these gunfights. Back and forward the trades go, but it is definitely looking more blue in that kill feed. One player to deal with, and that's him done. So there's 2 up, pushed up that far right side. They're going to be 2v2 on that A site.
Yeah, and no one's really coming through from Kaiser to act as a bit of a flank, whether it be through mid or through their A side, through P2, to try and get round the side, because what we're having is Carolina look like they're in a little bit of trouble, but, you know, they just spawn back up, run straight through, get the kills, and have a clean lane because of that to get through with the second overload. A little bit one-dimensional in how Kaiser are pushing, trying to brute force their way through Coastal Carolina, but I think we've already seen so far in this series that they don't really have that manpower to go direct 4-on-4. They need to think outside of the box, and they need to start playing the angles of their positioning. But meanwhile, Jake has the angle in spawn, wreaking complete havoc.
Yeah, and look at this. They're just waiting. They're looking for the wrap. They've got the AP sitting stationary, waiting just to put that upload there so the players can get back to position and make sure that nobody's going to be able to route that back to them as it heads back to mid. They're 3-0 up. Jake in the back of your spawn just causing an absolute nuisance, and nobody can deal with him. And they are really struggling to find any headway and trying to get that EMP forward, because when they do, they'll leave themselves far too exposed. And look at this. This might be an easy run in here from Ducky as they're looking to make this 4-0 and end the half early.
And Carolina now are just outslaying and starting to play the stretch. I mean, as you say, they played patient and getting it down on A. They sort of drag the opposition through the middle, getting them out of spawn, getting them out of directly protecting B as a 4, picking that EMP up, running it wide, dealing with the 1 or 2 challenges that they have, and then just having that lane clean completely through. And because they're being so dominant in that mid-map, you know, Kaiser don't have the luxury of just being able to commit to a B lane defense, because as soon as Carolina sense that commitment, they'll just run it through mid-map, cut into P2 and take it towards A. So just not having enough presence on the map here, Kaiser. We could be seeing this overload end early again unless they can shake things up, because Carolina, they're in complete control.
Yeah, I would say this is more of the favour side that Kaiser have at the moment here to route towards B, but you have to get some kills, you have to get the coverage, and the first blood goes against you. You're going to try and push up Cruz. He takes his time, he finds one, but the one close up and personal, he can't deal with Mason. Big kills going the way of Carolina once again, but EMP not being moved, and it's all about pushing up through that EMP for the first player, and that he's going to be trying to do that as Mason, but he does get shut down eventually. And trying to get coverage, like we said, mid-map is the hardest part to take it away from. Once you get it out of that middle position, you can then push your way out. Unfortunately, EMP is really getting control of the map until Jake. That's it. Ajax is going to push up here as well. He's going to find another. He's going to make it 4 in a row. He turns and snaps on a 5. Oh, that's nasty. And look at this. EMP detonated. 5-0. Carolina looking very dominant.
I mean, this is absolutely disgusting. I feel like I should be verifying my ID to be watching what Ajax is doing to the opposition right now. It is just absolutely insane. I mean, look, a nice counter there, it has to be said, from Kaiser, but again, I think there's been a lot of that opportunity due to Coastal Carolina taking their foot off the gas pedal a little, but they'll be happy to go right back in the offense, straight back into B, and it'll be as easy as you like, I think.
I think Carolina let them do that because they knew where the next spawn was. They knew exactly where they were positioned on the mini-map, and they were just like, well, we'll just relay this straight back in, make it 6-1, and they'll go back to mid-map once again for control. Jake gonna get a capture here as well. Unfortunately, he's just gonna try and walk you about, try and embarrass your teammates. There's one. Second one's gonna challenge a bloodshot. Surely there's 3. Why are you challenging him? He's gonna know he's there. He's looking for the 4th in the back. He finds it. There's another player in and about that back zone as well. Oh, he doesn't snap onto that one. But there we go. Another detonation. 7-1 up. Only one more and we will be ended. We're still 2 minutes on the clock potentially here, as things seem to be getting far too far away here for Kaiser Seahawks. It's clinical and clean.
Yeah, Kaiser finding themselves the victims of a hostage situation. It seems as they are not going to have any way back into the series at this point. Oh, Mason.
No,
Mason, we have places to be, things to do. You go lie down and let your team boost the KD stats, all right? To all the stat trackers here at the CCL, all right? The kills from here on in don't count for Coastal Carolina. Do not let them stat pad for best KD of the week or whatever it gets shown. This just isn't fair, and they're already actually struggling at the back. That's what you get for being cheeky. It's going to go to target A.
Yeah, but look where they are positioned on the map again. They're ready to finish that 1 kill off. If they can finish off value, they're getting a chance to get themselves set. It's going to be Jake once again trying to get the kills in the back. He's found the 2. There's only 1 more. This is the final nail in the coffin. We're going to end early. 1 minute 39 still on the clock. Detonation done. Coastal Carolina. And slide on in. And that is, what was that? 8-2 in the end. What a phenomenal game of overload. I mean, they knew what they were doing. They let them get them caps because, you know what, position works out for them to get a relay straight back in. It doesn't matter how many you can see, it's about how many you score to win. They won it in quite fine fashion. Every single game mode was so much of a superior sided for Coastal Carolina. There's not really much that you can kind of take back from that if you're Kaiser Seahawks. I mean, maybe looking back at it, watching where your positions were and where you were finding kills, but just, yeah, I think this one, they felt like they were running around with head like chickens, not knowing where they should be on that overload setup.
Yeah, exactly, and you know, I think that best play of the game just actively shows exactly what the issues was for the Kaiser side. I mean, when they were dealing with that challenge in the back spawn, one slides out, gets beamed, the next out, beamed. It's like they're almost on a rotary system that you throw your bags on at the airport, just kind of spinning around, getting ready to be taken out. They weren't challenging together, they weren't challenging at different angles. It was slide out, die, individual challenges, rinse and repeat. I mean, don't get me wrong, Coastal Carolina were slaying out. They did play a great game themselves, but they were afforded opportunities to make it as easy for them as possible. They were gifted a lot of these three pieces through individual gunfights rather than team trials to at the very least, guarantee the trades. Again, I will give massive props to Coastal Carolina. Terrific performance from them, thoroughly deserving the win. For Kaiser at this stage in the season, there's some question marks. I'm sure they're starting to get a little worried.
Yeah, I mean, I'd definitely be having a wee look back at these games, and especially this one, that, to say the least, you've gone down quite convincingly in every single mode. You don't have to kind of like sugarcoat it. You might have got some kills, you might have done a wee bit of work, you might be better than you were expecting, but you still have to look back at it and think, right, what can we choose to work on? Jake just run amok in the back. Ajax run amok this whole season, the series as well. The two players were just absolutely phenomenal across the maps and more. And these two players, I mean, we talk about next ups and potentials going forward. Like, these guys look like they could well and truly carry some good challenger sides as we head to our final stats of that game mode. 8-2. There you go. 29 kills for Jake, 24 for Ajax, and look at that. 24 non-traded kills from Jake's kills. That just shows you how dominant he was as in individual fights and these gunfights. He did not care who was around him, where he was positioned on that map. He was knowing he was finding 1 or 2 kills minimum.
Yeah, I mean, look, from Jake, from Ajax, it was unbelievable plays across the board from them. They didn't need to make things too complicated in the end up when it came to relying on teamwork or whatever it may be. I mean, so often we just saw Jake go into spawn, wreak havoc, have his way. I believe 15 and 5 at one point, just doing the damage in the spawn. And we've seen it on those highlights, just picking up that hostage to get 2-piece, ultimately leading to the 3-piece, considering he had the hostage held. I mean, single-handedly responsible for just 2 or 3 of those overloads, as he just played his own game so dominantly that it created so many gaps for his side just to be able to punch through and get that victory. Again, a luxury that and a gameplay style that you were not going to be able to implement against a team that is anywhere near that top level. But at the end of the day, you got to get the job done against teams that, again, with the greatest respect to Kaiser, you may feel like you're going to beat, and they went through, they got the job, got them beat, and easy day at the office for Coastal Carolina.
Yep, exactly. An easy day at the office indeed. I'm sure they'll have more matches to come today, but I mean, that's a great start to their day. They'll hope that they can continue that and keep their spree as they take it to 3 wins and 2 losses so far. As the Seahawks are going 1-4. That's an unfortunate ending to the day, especially when you see that might be a bit demoralizing going into more games today if you have got more coming up. But 50 Point Club, you're 6-1 and you're 8-2. I mean, you got it done well before time was even out in the overload. It is absolute stamp to the ground, wipe your feet, and then let's just chuck you out, because that's you done. I don't know how you bounce back from your brain and your motivation to go into another game mode. That would be me throwing my controller off of a wall and giving the all ums and ahs.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a frustrating one. I think it has to be said, right, if you're the side of Kaiser, right, because you're going up against Coastal Carolina, who, you know, I think until this point had a record that was relatively similar to yours, right? You were thinking, okay, is this a situation where we're going to come in, maybe pull back some points? And I think for either of these sides, looking at their current record so far this season, they would be of the mindset to where, look, we may not win this one, but if we can keep this a very close game, then that's a great indicator of where our level is currently currently at if we're stuck firmly in the middle of the road to begin with. And, you know, unfortunately for this Caesar side, I think from this series they've kind of figured out that, look, they may have been sat in the middle of the pack against a team with a similar record, but the records were not indicative of what their performance level is going to be in the season in comparison to other teams who have a similar record. Coastal Carolina clearly have a level to go a step beyond where they may be currently placed, and Caesar, unfortunately, it feels like it's the opposite. It feels like they may end up being that step below. Again, it starts to make a difference now. You're not 1-3, you're 1-4. If Coastal Carolina, they're moving up. Caesar, you're starting to look at where are they going to pull wins whatsoever. It's not a nice position to be in, but of course, as you said during this cast today, it's week 3. There still is a bit of time if you can start chaining something together.
Yeah, that takes a little bit of time. Well, we will be heading to a short break before we get our new casters on board. We've got USC Sumter Fire Ants versus Newberry Wolves Red. You're going to be joined by Seymour and Proper for your casting desk. But guys, it's been an absolute pleasure once again for game number 1 here, joined by myself and Zeb. Any final words before we close this one on out?
Yeah, absolutely. Just again, massive congratulations to Coastal Carolina. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from them, you know, as players and as individuals, and I'm very curious to see how they meld it all together as a team. And for Caesar, you know, again, don't let the heads drop. You're, you know, terrific team in the CCL. It's great to have you here, you know, again, to all the teams that perform, right? You know, some are going to be losers, some are going to be winners, but we hope for these players, you know, when they have results like these that may not go their way, that if anything, it's a motivator to push forward and get better rather than the opposite. So don't let that 1-4 fool you, Caesar. For the rest of the CCL season, they're going to be coming back for vengeance with blood, and I cannot wait to see more of their games.
Yeah, indeed. GG, go next. Let's see you after the break as well with our new casters. And thank you very much for tuning in. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere because there's still 2 more sets up of matches to come your way for College COD. See you soon.
Hello, my name is Michael Wiglar. I go to Conestoga College, and I'm currently studying a business program. I'm in my last semester. I've been playing Call of Duty as long as I can remember, honestly. My first one I can really remember playing was Black Ops 1 with my dad specifically. He was kind of the one who got me interested in it in the first place when I was, I'd say, 11 or 12. And then as I got older in the teens, we'd always play it around Christmas time, just kind of play all the retro CODs. It kind of was my stepping stone into competitive Call of Duty. I would say the first time I realized I had a little bit of talent is when I was playing AW, Advanced Warfare. I had a little group I would be playing kind of game battles, UMGs with when they were still around, and we did pretty well. We were usually on the top of those ladders, so that was kind of the first inkling to me that I thought I might be able to do something competitively. So I've always seen the CCL like from afar. I've been competing in challengers for a long time since World War II almost, or since Black Ops 4 was my first competitive Call of Duty when I went to challengers events. But I've been seeing college COD grow for a long time. One of the last Toronto XPs that I attended, I believe it was the one last summer. Potsy reached out to me afterwards, our coach Potsy. He expressed that he had some interest in me going to the college. I was kind of on the back tail end of my career at that point, or competitive career, and I thought that it would be a good opportunity to kind of continue it a little bit longer. I have some interest background in kind of starting my own business, which is why I wanted to do the business course in the first place. So the stars kind of aligned for it to happen. I wanted to play competitive COD a little longer, as well as while furthering my personal life, getting a business degree, being able to help me in the future. Honestly, one of the main things I'd say is just make sure it's right for you. I've seen a lot of scenarios where kind of someone's has a general interest about college, but once they get started, they kind of that interest starts to fade away, and they kind of, some people end up wasting their own time with it. So one thing I would say, just be sure about what you're doing. I know life's never certain, but do some research into what you want to do. Like I said, the stars aligned for me. I went to college in the past for a different degree. Didn't exactly work out. Kind of life changes. But the stars aligned for me to go to College COD and go to Conestoga. Very grateful to Potsy for the opportunity that he gave me. But again, you want to be sure about what you're doing. You want to be passionate about what you're doing. Even if you're passionate about just COD, you don't want to be going to college for just COD. You want to be setting yourself up for the future. So that's one of the biggest things that I would suggest is just try and be as prepared as you can be. You gotta have a lot of time management skills. Sometimes you gotta make sacrifices one thing for another. Me personally, I can't always scrim when I'd like to, just because life gets in the way. I have a daughter at home, I have a wife and kid, I got a job as well. So it's all about finding the best balance for you. Everyone has different timings that works for them. Everyone works different hours, has different schedules. So it's all about finding the right balance. We have a very flexible team that we can work around. We practice when we can, but we all understand at the end of the day, life comes first, school comes first. You got to make sure you're finding that right balance while also finding the time to practice at the same time. We have 3 new players with Cole, Mintz, and Sweep. 2 of them, it's their first year playing challengers, or I think it's Cole's first year and a half. We have a lot of young talent coming up this year. I'm very proud of what our roster last year was able to do and the progress we made. But the ceiling this year, man, it's pretty different. These guys have a lot of skill. I think we showcased it a little bit at Toronto XP, the most recent one. If you didn't see us there, yeah, we're really excited for this year. We got a lot of hungry talent. We're just looking to showcase our skills. I'm kind of the unk of the roster this year. I mean, I was last year too, but I'm just trying to give these guys, give them the best advice I can, lead them to victory, because they're really talented, man. You're going to see them in challengers this year. You're going to see their names, I promise. Oh, he's been a real pleasure to work with, honestly. I think me and Eric have a really good relationship, starting, back from last year. He's taught me a lot. He's kind of, even at this stage in my time here, he's teaching me a lot about myself competitively as well. And he adds a very good structure. He supports me with the structure that we provide to our team. He has a lot of analytical things that he provides, a lot of stats that kind of help us break down some of the issues that we need to figure out. He's a great presence, in the locker room. Honestly, like before games, before lands, he's a great presence to be around. And honestly, I consider him a friend. He's a really great guy. For sure. We're always streaming on Twitch and YouTube. I believe it's Conestoga Esports is the Twitch at. But yeah, we stream all of our NACE matches, all of our CCL matches when we can. Myself, I don't stream as much, but my teammates Cole, Sweep, and Mince, they all stream. So yeah, we're streaming all the time. Like I said, we're always looking to get better. We're looking to showcase this year in CCL, build up on our T25 performance last semester and show why, Conestoga is a force to be reckoned with.
Hey guys, my name is Lucho. I've been in Mar Hills now for 2 years and I'm in the MBA program, Business Administration. So I was a little kid and I got my PS3. My father started playing all these campaign games. That's when I first got contact, but when I first started playing was when I got the PS4 and I got BO3. Getting really cracked in the pub games, getting dark matter, grinding zombies. That's about it. When I started playing World War II, I was pretty much a rookie, right? I wasn't really knowing the scene. I was just playing with the homies. The thing is, in World War II, I'm pretty sure just Brazil, right? Not Latin. Brazil had some CWL spot for everything. So like Brazil was taking it very seriously. You all started growing, you know, and then at some point in 19, all the league was South America. It was every South American country, but mainly was Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and then started all growing until Vanguard that hit the Latin Challengers. I would say they found us. Our team was very dominant in the Vanguard year, and Max Wood, that probably everyone will know, he contacted me about telling me about all these, what Collegiate was, basically. I was already planning on going to study outside my country, not in the US, but in Europe. So it was like a 2-for-1 opportunity, right? Like he found me in the perfect scenario. And then, of course, I told my teammates, and that time was DJ, Evade, and Aaron, right? Aaron's here with me. Then when DJ and Evade said no, started contacting every top player in LATAM. That's when we found Zuner. Also Trakes, but Trakes was a longer process. Testmates was the first team, like the first team of 4 we had, right, in ONA. Yeah, I would say it's all credit to Max Wood. He found us. So Trade is not only my COD homie. He started there, but he lives 10 minutes from me in Argentina. Like we hang out a lot. So he's like a friend. He was my teammate. I met him through COD, but he's my friend at this point. Not only me, I would say everyone in LATAM that played against him, he could tell you like Trakes was going pro if he tried to. So that's why we tried so hard. You don't understand how much it took for us to convince Jamie to bring Nico here, because we were telling him Nico's gonna go pro, he's gonna go somewhere else, blah blah blah, he's gonna go to St. Clair, Fisher, and he did it really quick, right? Like 6 months here, not even like a full year competing in any challengers, and he's already pro. That made us all very happy. It motivated us a little bit too, because last year none of us competed but him, and we didn't have a great year. I would say like we could have done way better. We still placed the same as we were expected to, I would say, in CCL, but like we weren't close to the top teams. You know, the other years we were really close to them. So when you go to school, it's sometimes hard to balance your time. Like the guys that are winning in challengers, it's not just because they're just better or they shoot straighter. Those guys put the hours in. For you to be able to compete at the top level, you need to invest a lot of time. So that will require you to administer your time very wisely, because you only have 16 hours, 18 hours of your body working, right? So you need to invest a lot of time, of course, on your personal stuff, yourself, and school, and then a lot of time in the game. Like optimize your time in everything. Okay, people that doesn't know, we started the first year, me, Zuner, Aaron, and Desmaze. Maxwell recruited us to go to ONA. The people that follow CCL in MW2 knows all the drama with the school. So of course we looked to transfer after the first year. Basically Marcel's was our Southeast finals. We were the Southeast champions. We beat Marcel in the finals, and I'm pretty sure they had 2 players leave just that semester. They knew us because they played against us, and they had players leaving. We were trying to leave. It was like all just matched. Jamie just contacted me, and then it all happened. At the beginning, I feel like we felt like they didn't recognize us as much. Of course, I'm not expecting as good as the main sports, if that would make sense, because it does, right? Even though the school is Division 2 and we are the only Division 1 team, right? It wasn't that they were prioritizing them, it was like they just didn't care about us at the beginning. So we started talking about it with Jamie. Jamie kind of felt a little bit the same. But from the very first semester, like it went all evolving. We started getting better benefits, being treated differently. Jamie has someone like a higher up from the school that she has helped us a lot too. She really takes care of us. Everything we can ask for, we have it. You know, I can't complain about anything from what we get here. We're really comfortable. So shout out to Jamie and Marcel. Trying to go back to where I left. Of course, that when you quit a year, your stock goes down the ground. Everyone thinks I'm only good in S&D. Which is fine. I haven't played Respawn in a long time. But yeah, trying to go back to where I was, trying to improve my placements, trying to be the best version of myself for the school especially. That's my main goal. Like I'm competing to be on the top, on the level I need to be for college. I really don't care about going pro itself. Yeah, that'll be it.
Hi, my name's Chris Rodell. I go by Seawads. I go to St. Clair College, and I'm studying business and esports administrative. I started playing COD from when I could really remember, just like playing with my dad. Like, he would give me like a second controller, probably wasn't even turned on. I was like 3. I originally started off as a sniper. I was really into like FaZe, L7, Red Reserve, all those like sniping teams. And then the way I got into competitive COD was actually one of my friends asked me if I wanted to go to MLG Anaheim one event, and we ended up beating Simp in like a 2v2 booth. And my dad was actually like into Call of Duty. He knew who Simp was, and I told him after that event, that was in like, I don't even remember, I was like 14, 15. That Christmas, he ended up getting me a PS4, a monitor, a scuff, and just said, here, like, let's go see what you can do in COD. And now I'm here. To go pro, it takes a lot. Like, only a select few are gonna make it, and you always want to have that backup plan. Obviously, I have full confidence in myself going pro, but it's always nice having that, like, that extra leverage, you know. Like, I think going to school, like, it's a great opportunity for you to be able to chase your dreams and still get an education while you're doing it. The reason why I'm at St. Clair is actually because of one of the players, Bendy. He gave me an offer. He was like, hey, I know a couple of our guys are leaving, and I know you want to be part of this. Like, if you can just wait one more semester, I can get you here, and it's been fun since then. Oh, it's great. I think it's one of the best esports programs. It feels like they really do care about us. I'm not going to name the school I went to before, but it just felt like they didn't care as much as St. Clair did, and that's like, I think one of the reasons that we all like really enjoy the school is they just really care about how we are, not even just like how we're doing in our esports, but also just like how we are like as people, like how we're doing mentally. So I think it's just like, it's a great group of guys we have. Like, we always hang out. Like, I wouldn't say perfect here, but it's pretty up there. It's one of the best programs. Sometimes I do, yes and no. Coming here, playing in Canada, like, you know, like we want to be like the best in Canada, you know, like that's just, we already know we're the best in Canada, but Colombia, Argentina, Mexico, California, Canada, like we have people from everywhere. So I think it's crazy to me how we're taking over Canada and possibly taking over NA. Like, we really only realistically lost one tournament last year. So I think we're putting Canada, NA, we're putting everywhere on the map. Yeah, so with COD, I definitely think it's one of the harder games to balance, just the way the scrim schedule works, and it actually works out. I take my classes in the morning, so I still have all that scrim time. If you can find the balance, like if you want it, you'll be able to find that balance. That's what I tell everyone. Like, everyone thinks it's really hard to balance, but if you really want this, you'll find that balance. The advice I would give is always, like, school should always be one of like the number 1 or 2 priority. You never want to, like, they're giving you this opportunity, like at least in my case, I'm in a different country. Like, that is just insane to me. I'm in a different country to play Call of Duty and get an education. The advice I would give is like, take the opportunities that you're given. Like, CCL is one of the biggest opportunities for you to still chase your dream and also get an education. Like, it's almost like a no-brainer. Yeah, so I think a lot of people are kind of like nervous, or like, I don't know, they get a weird perception on esports, but we're just like any other sport. Like, we still get the same opportunities, the same everything as any traditional sport would. It's just, back to what I was saying, it's more of just like, if you want it, you'll make it happen. Like, no matter what other people say, like if it's your dream, like nobody should stop that dream. Yeah, it was really fun. Like, having the guys here, it honestly felt like we were like almost like pros. Like, you're thinking like we were here to be like to play COD. Like, we were all basically in the same room all day. We were boot camping almost. That's what people kept saying. It was awesome. It was really fun. Everyone at the school says like our team has like the best like team dynamic. Like, we're always hanging out. So I don't know, just us coming together to win like a whole bunch of college stuff, and then also take our talents into like the challenger scene and kind of be like one of the first teams to have like pretty good placements as like a college team. It was nice. It was like we were all like really hyped. Like, it was good for us. So we do watch like VOD together. That's like one thing. I know you said outside, but we like going like to the movies a lot. Like, we'll always have dinner together. Like, all of us like to cook. Just really hanging out. Just like if it's just your friends. Like, it's not even like, these guys aren't just like my competitors now. Like, they're not just my teammates. Like, I'm gonna have these friends for life for sure. Initially, the first thing we said when we lost the CCL finals last year, or we didn't make it to finals, whatever it was a bad day to be bad at COD. Like, we knew we were the best team there in the venue. It's COD at the end of the day, so it was just a really bad day to be bad at COD. So I think it's more of, last year was that was the most like we've all won in our careers. So I think we know what it takes to win now. We know like the steps and like what it takes to actually achieve to win. So I think this year is gonna be insane.
Hey, my name is John Exotic Bruno. I go to Wichita State University, and I'm currently studying business administration. I first started Call of Duty when how young was I? I was like 15, maybe younger, like 14, playing MW2. And next thing I know, I kept playing. I hurt my shoulder playing sports. Turned 18, I was like, yo, competitive looks kind of cool. So I started playing competitive and then BO3, and I mean, hey, I've been here since, so. It was a little bit through everything, honestly. So when I first started out, I played a little bit of rank play, and I got up against Big Timer, and I was kind of like nervous. I can't lie, I was really nervous. And this was when I was like, I don't know, 14 years old. So ever since then, I was kind of just playing for fun. Obviously, since the 18 under rule was a thing, you can't be under 18. I couldn't compete, but I was like, okay, I'll play like these little tournaments, like the Twitter tournaments, you know, tweet those kind of things, and start growing from there. And eventually, I mean, hey, I got good enough and, you know, landed myself in a pro spot. I landed myself here at Wichita, and, you know, it's been the history. It was different. I can't lie. I mean, initially, when I went to school, I was still competing. But I think in terms of all my workload of school, homework, work, everything became like just a little too much. So I kind of took a step back from COD and just started focusing on my education, started focusing on like college COD League, like that kind of stuff, just with Wichita State. And, you know, that's all really gone. It's been a lot easier for me. It's been a lot nicer. It's a lot less work to do. I really just focus on my schoolwork now, play COD, you know, play some college COD, have fun with my team. And, you know, I enjoy it. I love it. It was different, because I mean, I'm from Ontario, so we have something called OSAP, which was like the student stuff that I'm supposed to be filling out, but I'm also going to school in Wichita, so it kind of made it to where it was kind of confusing initially. I needed some help from some of my directors there at Wichita. I needed some.
Another Tuesday night action for College COD. Another cast between Seymour and Proper. We got our second match rung up and ready to go. We got the USC Sumter Fire Ants taking on the Newberry Wolves red team. Andy, this is another top 25 matchup, and from all the ones that we've seen, this one is side by side. Number 11 taking on number 13. It's a big one.
Yeah, and they share the same state, too. Both from South Carolina, and although Wolves and Fire Ants never really find themselves duking up against one another, here they will indeed. And like you're already saying, I mean, number 13 coming through for USC. Fire Ants looking really good this season to the top 25s committee. Newberry's always a team that we've been seeing progressively getting better and better, and always lurking around the top 15 spot. So I'm excited to see this one get underway, man.
You and I both, and we got to take a little bit of a dive into where these teams are sitting in terms of a head-to-head, because it's been kind of cracked from either side. I mean, there's a reason why these guys are so far up the top 25 list, and that's because they haven't lost a single map until today. You know, somebody's going to have to fall between these two teams. Newberry Red, undefeated across all three modes. Same thing with USC. And it kind of makes you wonder, too, about the whole question of strength of schedule, but you know, for the top 25 committee, Andy, both of them relatively consider each team to be very strong for where they lie.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's use the litmus test that they actually share a familiar opponent, one that I ran past the campus earlier today. UNC Charlotte, the Niners. They both got whacked by this team. 3-0 on each side. Colossus hardpoint for UNC, 250 to 62, a very fast-paced map. 6-2 Colossus search, 7-2 Scar overload, a 6-2 Colossus search for Newberry, and then an 8-2 Den overload. So there's really not much to go off of here, besides they're beating the brakes off of every single team that they face. The difference is that was the first hardpoint map that technically wasn't a 100-point club out of Newberry, but it was Blackheart, and that is Mixie beyond belief. And if you just keep spreading, you're probably going to lose the spawns regardless. But I'm going to go ahead and agree with you, man. Like, we have yet to see, at least on broadcast or even on paper in this Google spreadsheet, whatever it may have you, that anything suggests that this team, either of these two teams, are going to get pushed back until now.
Yeah, well said. I mean, bars. Straight up bars, Andy.
Thanks, man.
Well, we got to see exactly where these two teams are going to be playing, because this is one where I hope goes the distance, because every single map is going to be different. Don't get to see that very often. Instead of seeing triple dens and triple scars, we got Colossus, Den, Scar, Blackheart, Exposure, Andy. Very diverse best of 5 that I'm hoping goes all the way to the Exposure.
Yeah, I'm really upset with the diversity that I'm getting in this best of 5. No repeat maps. Honestly, cringe. What are we doing out here? But the Colossus hardpoint does come back, at least for the Fire Ants, right? And that's what I was talking about. Like, they beat the brakes off of UNC Charlotte Niners. You could take that for whatever it may be. But then they also played up against Georgia Southern. We know that GSU, albeit a shade of what they used to be of Season 0's champions, they always field some pretty strong teams. They also lost 250 to 70 versus this Fire Ants roster. On the other side for Newberry, I think the Colossus hardpoint is going to be a good setup for us to be able to see what this team does look like, because the 250 to 61 against Ole Miss is suggestive, but we got to bang out map 1, man. So you cannot ask for anything better to see what subs, what ARs are going to be hot all the way through the series.
Look, that's unrecognized CCL champions, Georgia Southern. And don't hate me. Take it up with J-Pros. You know, he's the one who didn't add them onto the banner on LAN. I'm just saying.
It's crazy. I still remember that banner, man.
It was a crazy slight going over there, but we got Colossus hardpoint for that map number 1. This is going to be fun between both of these two teams. Like you said, we're revisiting this map where it was just kind of a tear up against the Niners, but I think that when you look at Colossus as a whole, this is one where everybody's going to sit at it like it's their bocage. Like, this is a great test for the start of the series to see how each team is kind of firing up on the start of the best of 5. But both these two teams are coming off of already playing a match tonight. They're going to be warm, ready for this Colossus hardpoint. Really curious on what the subs are going to be looking like on either side.
Yeah. I agree fully. Just as another like point to be conversating as well for like the USC Sumter Fire Ants, like they do have our beloved writer, Mr. Pallyboy. He is behind the scenes on that roster. He's always got to think that he has a good eye to be able to get some talent underneath a roof to be able to be very passionate about the game of Call of Duty. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm interested to be able to see what he's able to produce with this roster because I haven't seen them all year long. And I'm looking through this roster. I'm trying to remember if I saw them at all last year, and if I did, I totally forgot. Mostly because I barely even casted last year. But anyway, yeah, I think it's gonna be really cool, man. Because as far as CCL is concerned, like we're still getting like a lot of new names. We're getting some freshman talent, and although they may not be a freshman like to the campus, like we're getting some like really cool names that are coming up through the scene that honestly could be your next Dan Gosu. They could be your next Trakes, man. Like this is what's super special about this time of year.
What's super special about College COD just in general is how much cool things we have to look at, including the data on either team's records for each of these maps in the best of 5. Yeah, you know, J-Pros has been cooking up some cool stats behind the scenes, some cool graphics to take a look at, and we even have Colossus, Hardpoint, Den, Search and Destroy, Scar, Overload, Blackguard, Hardpoint, all maps who have been played by either one of these teams. USC Sumter, they hold the head-to-head in terms of that Colossus, the Scar Overload. Both teams have a win on that one. And then for Newberry, if this does go to that Blackheart, they're going to be feeling super comfortable on it. It's the exposure, search, and destroy, Andy, that when we get to that Game 5, it's just a big question mark on how these teams do on it.
J-Pros is an absolute musician to my heart. He knows I love graphs, man. Like we got like the line graph for like the end of the hard point. We got bar graphs now, dude. Like, oh. Give me a pie chart next, John. What are we talking about? Yeah, this is honestly really cool to see. Just in general, because like you're able to see like the diversity. Like no, they're not playing exposure, whether it's been like a hard veto or they just enjoy having high frames in their game. Yeah, I think it's really cool just to be able to see Blackheart obviously being avoided by the USC Sumter Fire Ants. Very mixy, hardpoint within its own self. Then Search and Destroy is a strange one to be avoiding, although maybe it was always the map 5, and as we kept on talking about, and the same for the Blackheart hardpoint on the other side for Newberry. They have yet to see that.
Maybe we will, but before we get to that Blackheart, we have to get through 3 other maps. Colossus Hardpoint for our map number 1, the Sumter Fire Ants. A team where Pallyboy goes out searching, and he pulls from across North America some talent, especially from the Warzone side. Andy Gangmati, somebody to look at for this team, who's competed across the board in terms of Resurgence, in terms of Big Map, coming over to Respawn now to compete in College COD and get his degree. Really excited to see what work the USC team has done to make him feel comfortable inside these respawns, especially inside Search and Destroy too. Not very easy for players to get a handle on that game mode right away, jumping into competitive COD. For Newberry, I mean, this is a team that we've seen very often rise to the top of CCL. I mean, they've had plenty of upsets over the course of the years. You mean one to talk about that I always like is a player called Eternals. Very strong in terms of dropping some high slaying numbers. I think this is overall going to be a fun one because of all the new players that we get on these teams to kind of check out.
Got returning K. Beasley on the other side of Newberry as well. That's a household name we've been seeing since Newberry kind of stumbled their way into the college COD scene.
Yes, sir.
I think it was like back in like MW2, maybe Vanguard, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. That's a name that's been around for a while. No, I'm not talking about KB is Twisted. Mr. Francis up north. This is K. Beasley down here in the Carolinas. But I think it's going to be real fun, man, because like you were talking about, you get some good representation on the other side from historical maps and game modes, like you were talking about Warzone Resurgence. So yeah, to be able to see that implication going into Search and Destroy, what does it look like when you do have to slow the pace down? What does it look like when you do have to make that play? Who's gonna end up having the ice, and who's gonna be the breakers?
Well, let's figure this one out with Colossus. Tee it up. Red Wolves, or the Wolves Red, already going to be in for that time as they are going to be dyed red on that kill feed. White in the kill feed is going to be USC Sumter. The Fire Ants looking for a break, and that split's going to keep Newberry inside the hill. They're doing a good job at not getting broken right away, and a wonderful kill there from Eternals is going to keep them up by 20.
Yeah, super mixy stuff right now, but you're forever going to be battling over the right side of the map. That's where K. Beasley's going to start poking and prodding over by P2. He's got his work cut out for him. Santi finds that one out really, really quickly. But at least off of that pressure going over by Statue, the Fire Ants were able to produce a lot of good time at the back end of one, or at least some good pressure going over there. But it's all Newberry walking away with it. They did have the spawns, did the Fire Ants for a certain amount of time, but I felt like that they were playing for it for way too long, just allowed the Wolves to soak up too much time.
this one from Newberry. They're trying to break this one all the way from the back. Eternals for 2. Sleepy chimes in. Santy's the only one on point, and he's good for 1, but that's all you get. Newberry, an instant break within the first 13 seconds of P2. It's going to put USC in a really tough spot trying to break this from the opposite end of the map. Really hard to break through these trophies, but Mati has a chance. He's shut down by Bookie. A couple kills there from USC, but doesn't seem like they're going to be able to crack those back spawns yet.
Ooh, Eternals gets bumped out, now up to a 4 spree. He knows he's got players up through P1, gets some good shots, sets up K Beasley for another spree. Combined 8 between the two, now 9. Transition over towards New, needs to be a good one. At least you're able to find one for Mayhem's over here, but he cannot hold his life. That P2 was cataclysmic. You need to try to break in towards P3 and generate at least 40 points here, you feel.
Yeah, I think that it's just Newberry doing a great job at generating some pressure onto the objective. And USC, even though they're finding kills here and there, just not finding kills where you really need to. Finally, a chance. Santy's going to break in. 2 kills on the instant jump. K Beasley still on the opposite side, holding those yellow spawns. So a little bit of time here for USC, but you're hoping to hold on to the rest of it. Madi on the crossfire. Getting shot in the back, a flank from tunnels, and Bookie's going to get in there. So Newberry get the break. They're into the hard point. 30 seconds. USC spawning on the blue side of the map. They need to hop in and contest. You need a break, and it looks like they're trying to hit through the middle.
Okay, Beasley, he was a little bit late on the timing to at least pick up over by P1. He wanted to maybe try to poke and prod for the rotation. You could turn 3 into 4 pretty swiftly. Fire Ants are trying to do that. You're trying to at least get pressure through the bottom side of the map and maybe try to revert the pressure going over towards P3 or P4 now, excuse me. All off of that break from the Fire Ants, at least able to get themselves 30 points. Much better than what it was initially looking like. Bookie putting extra bullets there towards the end as the transition over towards New. Almost about to be brute force there via Eternals on that 6th spree, but all the way through the back, Newberry holds strong from the previous spawns.
Yeah, this is really dominated on Newberry so far in the first map of this series. You can see that the experience that weighs behind this team is quite heavy. USC need to hit its second gear heading into this next wave of hills. Good shutdown there. 3 go down. You even hold those back spawns. And I like this from Santy all the way up to P1. Plays his life, backs out. He's trying to force Newberry into the line of sight, but Sleepy has a pistol. He gets 2. Opening up the front doors for the rest of the team to flood on forward slide in, holding the contest. But USC, great job at holding the time.
And when you're talking about like maps like Den, Scar, even Exposure, like all of these kills that Newberry are finding sometimes could be classified as useless kills. But that's not the case when you get down to Blackheart or on Colossus. Like, you gotta get the slays and you gotta somehow meet that pressure. USC at the back end of that first set are starting to go tit for tat, at least for the kills. They marginalize the lead down to 50 points now, Colin. Much better than what it looked like at the end of P2.
This looks a lot better. Bookie on the flank. USC kind of pinched inside, but Mati and Mayhem's going big for 3. Still locking down this time, still slowly chipping away at this lead. And look at this play from Mayhem's trying to pull some of those spawns away. Shots in the back for 1. Santy's going to clean it up, and you can see those red arrows on the map. They're desperately trying to fly across. See if they can break not just P1, but these spawns for P2.
I see you're just holding strong towards the back. You remember that's what they did in the first set, and they allowed 30 whole seconds to be soaked up over by Newberry, who are just slowly encroaching their way forward. Eternals also gets 3'd on to Santy. That should be the spawns fully flipped, and Eternals had a good look for 4 in a row, but that fully reads where the hit is coming from.
Does. So getting ready for this P2 setup with Newberry in the driver's seat. Spawns in the back is going to get interrupted, and USC put together a break. So now on the back foot, let's go into a listen-in with Newberry and see how they do.
One side back, dead. I'm making time. One more in the back. One in the back. One in the back. Then back. Mayhem.
On the barrel time, bro. On the barrel time. Nice.
Mayhem in the back. We're good.
Nice. Front, Beasley.
Front.
I got. I spawned there.
I hit the back.
I'm hitting the back. I'm picking up
back. Mayhem.
One shot. 1v1 pitching. Let's guy front. I'm at P1.
Right front. Play the other.
I'm P1. Stay left. There's one P4. There's one P4. There's 3.
They're all front. They're all
P1. Look your P1, Beasley.
P1. I got 1. 2 more front.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Weak. Slid in the outer. Nice.
On it.
I'm being up to one.
Maple.
That's one green. Another one green. Already in here.
I'm out yellow. Heard you. Alright, one
Oh,
side.
yellow, one shot yellow, Maddie. Yeah, I'm going through one, I'm going through. Yeah, I am.
I mean, very calm. Not really a lot of chatter going on, and it really reflects in the scoreline that we're seeing. Newberry are comfortable in this map, number 1, Andy, and they're not really letting up.
No, they are not. Mayhem's is having heads just roll all the way through the scanners. 19 and 20 here for K. Beasley. 18 and 13, 22 and 15. The slang has just gone completely by the wayside. I mean, Mayhem's is trying his heart out. 24 and 15 with those 4 sprees. Gotta try to make something happen off of this break, but Eternals is gonna call in that Hellstorm missile that keeps all of the fire ants just so honest on the opposite side of the map. The Newberry just can keep cycling out reinforcements towards these hills. All these godlike head glitches have been there since the beginning of the time.
Sleepy. Watch over his teammate. Madi cleans up the first one, but struggling to get these players out of the hill. Nobody's going to be watching the flame through tunnel, and Santi pierces in for the last couple of seconds there, but shot in the back with those close spawns, and all eyes on K. Beasley, who should have been calm to snuck his way through, but Mayhem's has no idea, and this is going to create some really crucial disruption into the USC setup.
Yeah, it sure is. You see Sleepy trying to keep his head on a swivel. Mortar's also going to find himself too before Bookie has to answer back in kind. We still have a squabble for the spawns, but finally the dust is settled for Newberry and the Wolves to hold on, not only for P4's initial time, but also the spawns in the back. I mean, if the lead wasn't already so far gone, if the Fire Ants can't break off of this hill, which they are able to do, can they hold the back spawns now? This game is truly too far gone.
One might think Mayhem's flying his back with help from Santi, and Mordor keeps them in control. 20 seconds of ult. The Newberry, they have to win in sight, Andy. All you need to really do is set up for this new rotation. I mean, their P1, P2 has been so good throughout the entirety of this Colossus, but I like this call from Eternals. Try to steal away some of that scrap time. You do it successfully, but in doing so, you do give up some of that pressure towards the first hill.
Yeah, you sure do. He hold his life down there. Sleepy with the pistol has just been an absolute nuisance. He's not afraid to take a chow with a secondary. Word to Dashy. He's up top right now. Got presence down low as well. 213 to 148. All these kills that are starting to manifest over by the boat side need to transition over by the statue. Every single second the Newberry get on P1, they're that much closer to calling it.
Eternals, big win against Santi. 3 down to the feed yet again. It's Newberry bleeding red into the kill feed, and it is nothing but wolves to look at so far. 20 seconds left. USC desperately need to get themselves into the hill for this, but not only that, they need to find their way across the map. Monty does have that Hellstorm, Andy, but I don't even know if it's going to be enough to get you to this P2. USC on the back foot, still enough time to win off this hardpoint, and oh, it's going to go to P2, but they just do not have any foot there.
Okay, Beasley had a look at a Hellstorm missile himself. 2 in the feed. Can they get around the back? Maddie has a Hellstorm missile. I feel like that you might have 2 in the back pocket now if you are the Sumter Fire Ants. But can you hold on to these spawns? They are missing 1. Bookie's going to get caught with the timing. This is becoming more and more doable.
This is becoming somewhat of a conversation there for USC. The issue is 12 seconds. Newberry. You're just trying to avoid choke watch at this point. Mordor, nice movement. Not able to win against Eternals. But you still got the rest of your team watching over this hill. 180 to 238. What a comeback this would be. Santi inside yellow. Good shots into the first one. Has help for a second. Monty not able to get some help. It's just Mayhem's on the hill, surrounded, dancing against the odds. Still able to stay alive for the respawners to get here. And it's 2 for Santi again.
They never broke out the sponsor on the back, so they were able to reinforce. And now you got to rotate over towards New. Hellstorm missile should be called in here on the transition. Mayhems needs to hold his life. K. Beasley on the pinch around the back. Mayhems loses his life, but watch this push develop all the way through P4. Someone's going to call it a Hellstorm, and it's going to be Maddie. It doesn't get down in time, though. They got to contest this.
And look at this angle from Eternals. Santi's going to turn on him, but there's just no time. He's got to go to the point. Everybody's going to back up. The Hellstorm doesn't land, and Newberry take map 1. Respect to the Fire Ants on the comeback that they attempted. A map that was so far gone, nobody would have thought they had any foot in the race. But they lock down a couple of those hills. They make it interesting, and they beg the question, is this going to be another 3-0 after the start that Newberry had, or will we see USC turn up in the next couple maps?
Hey man, I'm telling you, I called it at the end of that P4 in the second set. If they were able to push back, get those spawns, and secure that back 20 seconds, that's where things can really start to get a little bit more tumultuous for the team that has such a distinct leader's advantage. Watch this growth at the end of P1 in the second set. Slowly but surely, it felt like that Newberry were getting a little bit too far ahead of themselves, too much individualistic stuff. And then the Sumter Fire Ants were just able to recollect themselves, play for the back spawns. You saw 2 players always going for the OE, 1 player playing through mid. Just harmonious Call of Duty constantly being played. But I tell you, man, that has some of the most frustrating looks for Newberry, because they should have been able to close out that map a handful of times.
Oh, they should have, but I think that just says USC has a little bit more in their tank than a lot of people are going to be expecting. I mean, you know, just like Newberry being undefeated in every single game mode, up to now, USC were right there too. And it's even funny too, Andy, because looking at the difference on this flowchart, I would have thought that there would have been a little bit more of a dip for USC in the deficit that we had, but I mean, they were right there the entire time. You just didn't know it until those last couple of moments. 250 to 201. Newberry, I mean, they're going to walk away 1-0 in this map set, but I mean, it's going to be a little bit less comfortable than you would have wanted to at the end. We look back at these highlights, and I mean, this started so good for Newberry. The subs were hot. Eternals was popping off. You had streaks between himself and K. Beasley. And, you know, even though we weren't talking about him too much, I mean, there were a lot of moments for Bookie and Sleepy inside the hills.
Yeah, hey, these guys pulled out, I think, quad Dravics, and then they just never stopped. I think I saw maybe 1 M15 being pulled out for Newberry on the P2 to P4 cross, but that's about it. I mean, that's Colossus in a nutshell, just bang out after bang out. And the team that blitzes together typically is going to win together. Word to Mr. McLeod. But anyway, yeah, I think that the Fire Ants really gave themselves a good look to be able to not only bring themselves back in, but to your point as well, potentially even close out the game. It just came at a moment too late. But still, I think we're starting to fully understand maybe that 60-point advantage going at the end of P2 maybe would have been the difference in between the Fire Ants winning map number 1 and the Wolves being down. You look at these stats, like Mayhem's was constantly a threat. 28 assists between him and Mortar. Santi was the late resurgence. You saw Matty also have a late resurgence as well. These are all players that were somewhere near double negative at some point, and they still finished with some really, really good stat lines. But Eternals, he led the entire lobby. I mean, 28 NTK, almost 5k damage. I'll give you that roundup, even though it's egregious, be it 2 kills, but 36 and 25 is crazy.
Yeah, and you know, even at the end of those couple of hills, I know he's 27 and 31, but there were so many triple kills from Santi that really led for that comeback of USC to be even possible. So maybe it's just a couple moments where the front half of that Colossus doesn't really say a lot about the back half in terms of the stats that we're looking at. I mean, a big turnaround for a couple of these individuals from the Fire Ants. So going into this map number 2, I'm sure that they're going to be able to shake that Colossus off pretty easily going into the search and destroy. Changing things up though, going into the den, slowing things down for sure. I mean, we saw a lot of subs up on the map on Colossus, as is tradition, Andy. So we go into this den, search and destroy. Begs the question on who's going to be the sniper on each team. What are these ARs going to look like? Big change up from what we get out of map 1.
And the only time that either of these 2 teams have played a den search would be Newberry, and they 6-3'd the Royals from Warner. So again, take that as you will, because following that was an 8-0 Expo overload. I don't know if that was a forfeit or not, but yikes. Oof. Yeah, I think that Den Search and Destroy is going to be an interesting one, because like you were talking about, like the sniper could definitely come into play. I think most importantly for like defense is people are going to try to really adapt like the Civ idea of like try to get up through top window, be a lot more revolving, throw timing over towards 10, depending on what your other AR wants to do. But that's what you're mostly looking at is who's going to be the AR that's going to be giving up that automatic weaponry of the M15 and then pick up that sniper rifle for either 2 sides. You do have 2 lives. Whether they hold up to that GA is completely up to them, because it is a gentleman's agreement at the end of the day. Let's be honest. But still, I think that den's going to be interesting because you do need your util to be online. It's very difficult to not only take space as the offensive team if you don't get early nades or stuns, or if you just have the stones to get that quick plan over by 10.
Yeah, and sometimes a lot easier said than done for some of these teams that like to get aggressive on the defensive end. And I imagine that Newberry, after the pace that they were setting back on that Colossus, won't be afraid to make those aggressive defensive plays, Andy. I mean, we've seen so many teams go for full flanks right off the rip. And Den's one of those maps, too, that because there's no route through mid over towards lights, it's pretty easy for a team that's uncontested over to the rooftops to immediately flip that map. And it's something that a lot of teams, especially in the CCL, aren't always prepared for.
That's absolutely right. You have to be very adaptive for that exact scenario. Because it's just the way that Den works, you know? Like, you have to be able to be comfortable on flipping the map. We'll have to see what is all going to be. A K. Beasley with the sniper here. It's a rooftop push. No trophy systems early. The question is, how quickly is Mortar going to be able to get this information, and is he going to pinch?
I'm not sure if Mayhem's even saw the glint of the sniper for K. Beasley there. He had his gun down. Mortar's going to make the first move. Eternals, the shutdown. Very patient off the bat for Newberry on this offense. Drawing that first blood's going to really draw out some of the rest of the Fire Ants. Santi throwing some shoulders. He doesn't get any information on the cross there. And he spots the glint of the sniper, but he has no idea the pressure towards 10.
Santi just playing the timing. Sleepy's going to take down one over by the rooftops. This puts so much more pressure for Santi to find the first. He's lost Mayhem's on the opposite side. Now it's all up to Maddie, and there's the blitz all the way into Dojo. And yeah, that's what I was talking about for Morto on the opposite side, right? I mean, you get the information from your teammates that are playing over by lockers, playing over by rooftops that, like, we see at least two. One hit the jump up. So if you're that island player over by Dojo, you feel like that you should make that play. You didn't get any information off of your early util. What is it thrown? I'm not sure. But because of that, you want to make that play as the SMG player, make them feel that pinch, flip the map like you were talking about before we hopped into this call, and he just got smoked on the first gunfight. It's just a tough one.
It makes you wonder if USC almost would benefit from having a sniper to battle against K. Beasley. Eternals getting 3 there. Sleepy the other one. Nobody else really having anything to say on the matter, and I thought his head was going to be connected with there, but look at player number 5. Mordor is completely down his way through. Nade doesn't connect. Sniper's out. Oh, tough challenge. And he goes for the snipe, but it's not going to land. Sniper now in Mordor's hand, and first blood for USC.
Got stunned inside a Dojo. And he's picked up the sniper rifle as well. So Bookie's playing for the timing to maybe wrap all the way by couches. It's being watched by Maddie. The push into Dojo as well. It gets red. Sleepy keeps his teammate alive. That's insane. Here comes Bookie.
Message from either side. Mayhem's doing good to stay quiet. He has dipped into the Dojo. 2 versus 2, 27 seconds. Bookie gets shot from behind. Maddie's going to make himself known, and Sleepy has no idea where to look. USC with an answer back on their offensive side, tying us up.
Yep. You get damage in that sniper rifle. You better hope that you're going to chase down that damage, or he could have been playing a timing and gotten a quick scope to go 1 for 1 in that scenario. So good gut check call coming through there. At least get the early numbers advantage for the Fire Ants, and then getting the quick bomb plant down too. And once that stun comes in over by Dojo, you feel like the retake's mostly coming through. You got the big flank being watched, and mid-cut is inevitably where the pinch came through, but that's just numbers advantage in a nutshell when it comes to search and destroy. Now, does K. Beasley have the sniper rifle back out? Guess we'll find out soon. It's a bang out over by B.
First blood this time. 3rd time's first blood leading to a round 1. K. Beasley stunned up. Good angle. Nice shots. And Mordor slips away. So, job playing his life. The nade, though, turns things around. And Santi's got one of his own. 2 quick kills from USC off the lethals. Put some pressure now onto Eternals and Sleepy, where Eternals has already been spotted and broken.
Yep, it's that util I keep talking about, man. Catch a lot of people by surprise if they're stuck inside a 10. Good headshot, at least to the player over by mid-cup, but you are down in numbers, you're down in HP, Sleepy. Should be able to get out and reset the fight here, but he's all by his lonesome. Eternals is trying to find space over by P1. He gets caught out, so now Sleepy forced to make a play inside of lockers. He gets gunned, and he gets dropped. So the Fire Ants coming to play, man. A good little play out from Mortar. I'm surprised he stayed alive too, Call. I thought that damage from K. Beasley was going to be good enough for the push through to come over by the bomb and to at least go 1 for 1 in that scenario, and should have resulted in the bomb being planted with 10 control. But the late frag grenade and Semtex being held by the Fire Ants allows them not only to be able to get that first blood, but full-on coverage and entry, plus the bomb being dropped. I mean, that is a unfortunate and yet crucial error to allow happen for Newberry.
I wonder if that's like a follow-up second nade into 10, because there were 2 players stacked, and K. Beasley called for the swing to get that kill on the Mordor, but it wasn't Play there in time. Bookie, this is what I was talking about from the defensive side, trying to get aggressive on couches. Kate Beasley, snipe for first blood, instantly traded by Maddie. And now into A, or attempting to get into A. Sleepy's going to shut it down.
Got damage into Maddie, too, there off of the push. So he gets struck down. He was maybe hoping for someone to push for the trade, but now he's completely gone away. Maddie doesn't hang around for too much longer. This is going to be a full wrap now for the Wolves. That pack mentality. The problem is for the Fire Ants that any bit of hesitation is going to come back to bite them in the rear. Going to try to double on back. Maddie catches really good timing.
He doesn't want to stay around for too long. But he should know that the rest is going to be close by. Nice second out of Maddie. Sleepy in the 1 versus 2. Suddenly, this gets really chaotic for himself on what to do. Stressful. Not knowing the information on where this post plant is going to lie, but the bomb's planted for Dojo. And he's going to spot out Mordor inside the outer ring. Aids, tacticals, everything getting thrown. Sleepy getting some shots off. Finds himself one. Slides out for the dance around the bomb. Okay. I like it, Sleepy. Just not enough.
Definitely wasn't asleep in that moment, I'll tell you that much. He was very much so awake. Maddie. It's up to 6-1 now, Colin. Yeah, he was red screened, but you got to stay in that gunfight knowing you have the HP advantage and the full-on weaponry on the opposite side, but... I mean, that's just an insane call out of Maddie. I mean, he didn't see anything chasing him over by rooftops. Nothing through P1. His teammate already made his way over towards the bomb, planted it, got over by Dojo. That is an insane spider sense, but a good read. This man grinds rank play. He plays way too much Surge.
He plays a lot, and it's paying off so far. 3-1. Sniper late from Kate Beasley, so he's not going to get that instant timing. Smokes down, so Beasley has no eyes onto that cross, but Bookie's going to be inside 10. Side by side with Mordor, who he spots through the smoke, just not able to collect that kill yet again. Mordor slips away, playing his life well. And they should know that Kate Beasley's here with the sniper, Andy. Nobody's going to want to peek it.
Trophy system's going to keep them safe from any sort of counter nades. Maddie finds first blood. Sniper's also thrown his bullet away, so they know that this big stick is over here. But they do have the bomb still in the back hands of Bookie. Mortar hasn't cleared back over by 10. And I don't think that Santi saw them exit either.
No.
They're going to get information here off a point of contact from Maddie. And that should be the call that the wrap is surely on. The question is, what does the timing look like on the opposite side? And does Newberry double dip back?
Vigilant over towards B, but Mayhem's about to get a rude awakening. Still finds that first blood. It's bombed down. A second kill for USC. Sleepy answers back. 3 versus 2. Sniper for Kate Beasley. Not going to connect. Sleepy, unfortunately, surrounded by fire ants, and they got quite the bite.
Yeah, sure do. It's 4 on the off the bounce of the initial round. That was won by Newberry Wolves.
Convincingly, too.
I would say. It's just not being able to find an answer. And if K. Beasley is respecting GAs, that means that both of his sniper lives are gone. And if I remember correctly, we still haven't even seen a sniper being broke out by the Fire Ants. They're playing with such pace. Like we were saying, that we felt like the Wolves were going to come into this off of the bang out that they showed us here in the Colossus hardpoint map 1. It's not the case. They're getting humbled here, Colin, and they got to come out with a plan.
Yeah, Maddie, 7-2. And getting that first blood into the last round really opened up a lot for USC. Forcing Newberry off of that B play early. A lot more patient, though, coming out from the Fire Ants here in round number 6. Have yet to even cross that 50-yard line. You can see that slowly Mortar's trying to work his way up. Bookie spots the player inside lights, but he doesn't expect them to be already across the map. Mordor finds his second one inside the point, dropping that bomb immediately. 4 versus 2 post plant.
Yeah, Mayhems, he has all back P4 as well. He saw one player go inside a desk. K. Beasley's going to have to take a chow through small room. Mayhems gets shrugged away, but still, you lost your running mate. Mordor, he smells blood in the water. He wants to try to push to get the entire ace, and he's not going to be able to find it. It doesn't even matter, man. This Fire Ant squadron on this Den Search and Destroy is just undeniable. It feels like they can't lose gunfights, or Maddie can't specifically. But I got to give a massive shout out to Mortar, especially because he's been playing his life super well. Really annoyingly as well. If you're thinking of it from like Newberry's perspective, like this guy can't stay sitting in one corner for way too long. He's tweaking out and he reach-house you from the opposite side before you even know. And because he gets to these angles so quickly, he's not stopping to throw his Semtex. He always has one late. It's gotta be really frustrating to play against this if you are Newberry.
Oh, he might be the hardest kill on the server right now. And you know that it's not easy to walk into Mordor and walk out alive. Maddie caught with the nade, so lovely arm there from Eternals to keep this into a 3 versus 3, trying to keep their search and destroy alive. And I'm pretty sure he spotted Mayhem, so he's going to be on flank watch.
There it is. Stun. Hold that. Yeah. Eternals, you can chase that there all day with the stun. That's numbers back in the favor for the Wolves. And they're going to take this over towards B. Now, Santi and Mordor are forced to play this isolated. The difference, Santi should get this info. He's got to back down. There it is.
Oh, he's in a bad spot, though. Cooks the nade. Doesn't hit, and Eternal's bouncing across the stools. He's going to get himself another kill in the round, looking for the ace. 3v1, Mordor looking to escalate this 3 streak to anything they can. Unfortunately, Semtex is going to get stuck on the doorway. Bomb getting planted, Mordor trying to make his way across and won't be able to get through. Eternals off the ace to keep the team alive.
Big crucial round right there. Again, not only just keeping them alive, but able to do so effectively without losing another life since they got first blooded. When that player just sprinting up through the center of the map just immediately got traded from a well-placed frag grenade. You saw what that meant for Newberry. I mean, that felt like the first time outside of a post plant that they were not full sprinting at something. Just playing through the patient game. You saw Mayhem getting over by the rooftop push, stay around for a little bit too long. He got stunned up and he got one shot. But now you have to somehow stop this onslaught of the Fire Ants offense. The bomb is isolated over by roofs, and they're trying to take mid along the way, but there's 2 players stacked here for the Wolves.
That last round was another round where Newberry actually lose the first blood. It's Eternals going huge. Offense, frag grenade. To really keep USC on their toes. Trying to force some plays out. This time, Eternals trying to dance for that first blood through mid yet again. Maddie this time is going to win that duel for USC. And he even spots Kate Beasley on the way out, so pressure now on to B.
Kate Beasley needs to just get out with his life. Somebody push all the way up over by the wood panels. Kate Beasley's not going to expect this. He slides right underneath them, and now they're just losing all bits of numbers. It's all just fallen by the wayside. Bookies 1 and 6 against practically the entirety of the Fire Ants. Cannot produce a single thing. 6-2 after losing the initial round, winning 5 in a row. The Fire Ants, absolutely filthy here on Den Search.
Hey, you know, I don't know too much about ants, but I know that Fire Ants have quite the bite. And after seeing that map number 1, Andy, that Colossus was really close towards those last couple of hills. You started to see that they were, you know, getting that fire underneath them. And going into this map 2, I expected that momentum to continue. Just look at the dominance across this scoreboard in terms of those first bloods. 6-2 in first bloods. Only one of those rounds doesn't get converted. And that's at round 7, where it's Eternals to pick up the ace to deliver the second for Newberry. Other than that, it was near perfection out of USC. Just through and through. That round 4, they lose the first blood. They still turn around and win that to put 3 in a row. That's when you really knew that this team was dialing it up to a different level.
Absolutely. I'm not the biggest... I'm not too knowledgeable about Fire Ants either, but I'll tell you this much. If there's a Fire Ant hill on a golf course, I hold Shift is going to find. He's going to step on that for sure. Golly, dude. This is a USC Sumter Fire Ants, man. And that was really fun to watch. And the bounce back, nonetheless. Because you remember going through the Colossus, there were so many times... I won't rope you into this, but I was ready to write them off completely. Like, they were getting completely rolled over. They were barely even finding any slays. That you felt like you were coming into the search and destroy, and you were like, oh man, the mentals just got to be all over the place. But like, they bounced back at the end of that hard point, and part of me was thinking like maybe it was the Wolves like slipping up, not being able to close out the map. No, that was actually the Fire Ants truly playing well together in those team shots, the cohesion, playing off cross angles. That was a continuation going all the way through this Den Search and Destroy since they lost that first round. If they can somehow continue on with that consistently through the rest of this series, I mean, that is a recipe for absolute success in any game of Black Ops 7.
No, and I mean, it's everybody playing their 25%. I mean, you talk about Mordor, too, the way that he's able to stay alive through tin, just around that tree, getting in and out, getting that information, forcing Newberry to expend their lethals, their tacticals, and really the space that they're getting. I mean, it's the little things that really add up, and that's so much discipline to be shown from USC in those high-pressure, small moments. Madi goes big as well, 10 and 3. 3 of those first bloods, Mordor getting the other 3 for the Fire Ants. And, I mean, this is just kind of what I like to see for somebody, especially like King Mati, who comes into the competitive space of multiplayer instead of Warzone. And yeah, for Respawn, it's going to be a little bit hectic, but for Search and Destroy, it just looked like he was able to read the map, catch those flanks. Very, very well knowledged in terms of how to play Den Search and Destroy.
Definitely tell he's been doing a lot of research. The way he was flowing throughout the entirety of that map. That 7 spree, 8 non-traded kills. But again, I feel like one of the most frustrating things, especially when you're looking at it like a player from like Mortar's perspective, the way he was playing it, was almost like very shotsy-esque. Like, this guy had so much util towards the end of the round because he was forcing the timings at the beginning of the rounds. Like, they always say, like, make sure you throw your util, which he still was. It was just always at the end of the round, or even halfway through, like the initial squabble, I suppose. But really good damage being shared across the board. The only 2 assists, if that is a true stat that's being tracked, goes towards Mortar, who just always felt like he had a lot of good team assistance to keep him alive over by that tree. So 6-2 here on the Search and Destroy guarantees the Black Heart, guarantees the first time that these 2 teams from South Carolina go on map 4.
Hey, and it guarantees a chance for us to see a little bit extra college COD in this game number 2 for the night. We're going to go to a break and we get ready for this overload coming up on map 3. It's a swing to see who's going to have the momentum into the back half. We'll see you soon with some more college COD.
That helped me out with it. But the transition wasn't the worst. I mean, I don't really visit the school very often because, you know, I am an online student. The transition was okay. I didn't have really many issues. It was just kind of figuring out all my paperwork, my FAFSA stuff, my OSAP stuff, and like I said, it wasn't too bad. Well, I mean, you gotta think, it's very, like I said earlier, it's really time consuming. Obviously, if you compete, or if you compete competitively, you want to have some kind of end goal, right? And a lot of people, that end goal is to play in CDL. And that's obviously what everyone wants to do. It's not as simple as just, you know, snapping my fingers and you're the league. You know, it's gonna take a long time. You have to work your way up. You have to, you know, actually learn the game. You have to get better. You have to have a lot of connections. You have to know, like, understand people, find good teammates. It's a lot to go. So, I mean, for me at least, the CCL is a really good entry point into a tier below CDL, if you could say so. So it's a really good entry to where you can, you know, meet some new friends, meet some new people, some new friends. CCL is actually really important for, I mean, Call of Duty in general. But it really is a big foundation of, you know, just Call of Duty, the entire challenger scene, the entire scene itself. I think CCL should be a lot more looked at than it is, and, you know, I love it. I think CCL is doing a fantastic job, so. I mean, a little bit, right? Because you take some classes and you kind of learn some things from your classes, and you put it into real life situations. And for me, my real life situations is Call of Duty, right? So I can learn a little bit easier. I can read things easier. I can understand things easier. But I definitely think there's some correlation between, you know, going to school, learning, and then translating that into COD. I mean, for me, you know, I've always been a player that enjoys LANs. I mean, I think everyone can really talk for that, right? Everyone enjoys the LAN environment, the LAN gameplay. And I know College COD, they do have like the end of the year LAN League, the playoff LAN League, or the playoff LAN, which is always a good time. It's always fun. Really, besides that, I mean, I feel the CCL's done a really good job, especially since when I've joined. They definitely changed things up, and I think every year it's progressing better. It's always a fun time. It's always a good time, and, you know, no one can really complain about that. Well, for me, it's just how friendly they've been. I mean, you know, a lot of people, and just in jobs in general, they're always like, oh yeah, we have a family environment. Wichita is literally a definition of a family environment. I feel like no matter what happens, I can talk to them about anything and they'll always be there to help me. If I'm ever struggling in a class, or if I'm ever struggling with my own personal things, any single person on that team and every single person in the program will be there to help me if I need it. And to me, like, that's just one of the biggest things, right? I feel like I have a family here, and I feel like I can trust everyone, and I appreciate and love everyone here. So yeah, shout out to those guys. Love them. Well, I mean, I come from, obviously, like, the CWL era, so I might have, I guess one could say, ego. But I think the players I'm playing with, they've definitely grown from their own, you know, when we first started playing together, which maybe about a year and a half ago. And I've seen them individually progress as players, as friends, as people. And that's something that I enjoy seeing, right? I enjoy seeing the people I'm around progressing through life and just progressing as a person. And in terms of COD, I mean, hey, they got a lot better. I think I'm not the only one who talks about stuff. I'm not the only one who gives input for our team. But I think that the input that we have given to each other has helped everyone, including myself. I mean, I got my passion back. I enjoy competing again. I mean, really thanks to my team.
Back from a little bit of a study break between maps 2 and 3, and we got something to talk about, Andy, because not only is this important in terms of, you know, the bragging rights for the top 25, number 13 playing number 11, it would be a huge win for USC to take down Newberry tonight, but it also has big implications for the Deep South when we're in terms of the restructuring coming up in just a couple of weeks, because when we look towards the standings, these two teams are even. This is something that we saw last year when we were incorporating it into CCL in terms of you want to make sure that you're at the top of Division A because that high seed's going to be big, especially staying towards that top cut and having a good standing for the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. And you better hope to have that high seed because that's a higher chance that you might end up facing the Full Sail Armada and Alex McCormill next split. So that's great. Hey, that's what you really want. Yeah. I know I wasn't the only one watching that one, but hey, that's realistically like what you want. If you get the higher seed on the opposite side, realistically, that's how the divisional resplit is supposed to benefit you, is that you should have an easier route to be able to guarantee that higher seed. But honestly speaking, when you look at Division A and Division B, like if you get like the restructure coming through, like Coastal Carolina's on the upside, Mars Hill, Atlanta Owls, some really good teams, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at that Mars Hill team and I'm thinking, whoever is in Division A and seed number 1, you're trying to avoid Mars Hill, who's most likely going to be seed number 1 over in that Division B after what we've seen from that team in the past couple years of Call of Duty. We know that the Lions can play COD and they're good. I don't know. I'm happy for Corn, man. 2-2. He's doing good over there.
He's doing great, man. He's doing great. We give him like the pampering and like we make sure that he's like just mentally sustained all throughout all of his rank play matches. I'm just kidding. We give him chaos every single day. Every day.
He doesn't like playing. Let's take a look back at the maps though, Andy, because going into this number 3, we got a swing of momentum. Tied up. I mean, USC had a huge answer back after what you and I said. They were just completely stomped out of the gates for that map number 1. Map number 2, they flipped the switch. They looked fantastic. They delivered Newberry their first loss of the season. And going into the Scar Overlord, back to a respawn. Are you still worried about the fire ants from what we saw in map 1?
I think like structurally, the way that they were playing the Den Search and Destroy and the way we got to see them really kind of manipulate Colossus hardpoint does bode them well on paper for Scar. Just the fundamental aspects that is this map. Like you can get really overrun if you overextend for far too long. Like if you blitz for just one life, you're going to leave your team in a proverbial 3v4 for at least like 2 sets of respawns, and that's more my fear for Newberry as much as it is a benefit for the Sumter Fire Ants. So yeah, I'll go ahead and say that I'm very keen that the Fire Ants will continue on with their winning ways. However, I will play devil's advocate against myself here, Mr. Moore, because Newberry, going back to that second round that they won off of the ace from that nade, that little bit of poise, like they pulled themselves back ever so slightly to let the game play itself, if they could exemplify that through the rest of the series, there's no doubt in my mind, along with the gunnies that they showcase in the Colossus hardpoint, that they should be able to win this.
I feel like I got like an angel Andy and a devil Andy on my shoulders right now.
I'm the best of both worlds, baby. I wear a dress and I have horns.
Okay. Somebody give me some fan art of that, please, one day. I'd like to see it. No, I think I know where you're coming from, too, because I think that for the Fire Ants, in terms of the ice that they showed in a lot of those search and destroy rounds, you can guarantee that they'll have good defensive stances on this Scar Overload. I mean, the one thing about Scar Overload that I think is helpful, especially when you're trying to defend these zones, is that it's wide open. So many angles for those ARs to set up on power positions and either catch a crossfire or, you know, catch just a straight up lane to lock down. It's harder for the subs to get active, and that's where Newberry found their waves back in that Colossus, especially between Eternals and K. Beasley and how fast they were playing in that map 1. Scar's going to be different, so it really puts some pressure on to seeing, you know, if Eternals and K. Beasley will bring out that M15 instead and try to slay out with how big this map is, because I think for Newberry, they do have the gunny. You're right to say that. It's just they're not able to play as quick as we saw in that Colossus and as mixy as we saw in the Colossus when Scar is the map of choice.
I feel like I couldn't take notes fast enough. That was really well said. All right. I think this is going to be a really big swing. Have we had a big swing map mode combination yet? I feel like that with you and me casting CCL is my first time actually saying, we got ourselves a big swing map mode combination here, Colin. Let's get it underway. Whoever wins this map number 3 is going to probably win the series.
Oh, yeah, bud. Fire me up. I'm ready to go. We got Newberry, USC, Scar Overload, and Mati is out the gate hot. Being 1-1 to start off for a couple of these players of USC, but great pressure towards that store. Couple of kills go their way. You got Mayhem's in red. If he found that kill into Turtles, that would have been a sure thing cap, but instead, it, I was going to say, still will be a cap, but no, Sleepy goes big at the goal line, and a double kill is going to slow it down.
As a goal line stop right there, you can see just right in front of the post. They're going to let this reset get all the way back over. No, they're going to pick it up. Bookie's found the initial. They don't really have much shop control, so they're just going to try to sprint this all the way through Motel. The spawn up comes through for Matty. He's all the way over by Blue. They got to do another goal line stop themselves, and they're able to do so. It's in that moment where you got to play the next set of slays knowing that you don't have enough numbers on the map.
And knowing you don't have market control makes it even more difficult. How fast Mayhems is able to get back into his spot to shut that down. Santi, nice movement, and he has himself a break in behind a couple of these players. Good thing K. Beasley was there because the comm didn't make it in time. Would have been a kill onto Eternals and most likely a capture. But again, Newberry with the shutdown on their zone. Mayhem on the opposite side forcing those red spawns, but not what you want to see. 3 go down and Newberry are on the attack.
Ooh, Bookie. Gonna be able to find Mortar just lurking. He does go 1 for 1. Device being looked to be slid over by B, but the numbers aren't here for Newberry. You can tell, like, Sleepy's super nervy about this. K. Beasley dies on the opposite side. It is a full-on reset.
And both teams just not allowing that overload device to get anywhere close to the objective. USC had a couple of good chances, and I think that Newberry are playing the clutch well. Santi gonna push all the way through. Expect the teammates off spawn to go big in terms of the slaying to make it out of their spawn, but considering that isn't really the case, Santi, yeah, this is the right call. Peel back, make sure you slow down that overload, allow the rest of your teammates to have some chance off this respawn to shut down this attacking side, but this might be a capture, Andy, the first one of the game.
First one of the game, indeed. Now we got to be able to see if the USC Sumter Fire Ants can respond back in kind. Let's go ahead and see how they sound like with the Fire Ants listening.
Sí, el verde es el agüita. Está con ustedes. Está faltando uno. Hicimos 3 down.
Uno close, está.
Ya lo vi. Estoy jugando en media para que me quede.
Brin, sí, me mató. Va a ventanas de derecha.
Juan y a la derecha. Dejemos de charear solos, tratemos de tradearnos, loco.
Brin, ¿una bala? Derecha, está comiendo
La va a
derecha.
meter, la va a meter. Pierde. Buena. Uno, tú, el último, salto.
Estoy avanzando derecha,
buena.
estoy avanzando derecha, estoy avanzando derecha. ¿Pueden avanzar
Oh,
conmigo?
P1.
No, uno market y otro bueno green.
Agarra la bola.
Mantén el plane, no, mantén el plane. Otro más, green.
Mateo.
Green el último.
Dale. Pilas market, puede haber un infiltrado.
Más fácil atacar
Igual,
izquierda.
Plane.
Mate el con.
Pegó plane. Mírame.
We haven't yet seen USC really get another chance at a good offensive attempt. Newberry have been constantly on their behind. But, Andy, I mean, the comms, although, you know, I'm not really fluent, they sounded like they were really together in terms of being vocal from all standpoints, not just one person lighting the way.
Yeah, just trying to work at least one area of the map, at least what it sounded like ever so slightly, but TK is not going to help things out, I guess, when you find the one trade plus another.
Ooh.
And then there's the fourth. So every single time that the Fire Ants on this side of the map, the better side of the map, have gotten themselves past that 25-ish yard line, they just lose numbers, lose track, and they just get absolutely swarmed. Sleepy is just going to try to move this device as up as possible. Gets confirmation that somebody's hitting over by mid-cut. That's a bit of a misstep. 24 seconds remain, and the device is just going to halt over by plane. Wait for numbers, potential for overtime, but a score is potentially on the cards.
A Bookie, big win through mid. And Eternal's the second one. So you have your lead blockers. You have your chance for a second capture going into the second half. And Eternals has found his third in a row into the corner. It's Mayhem slides out. 3 players here from USC looking to shut down this attempt and go into the second half. They proc overtime. So now it's the Fire Ants in the hot seat to see if they can do the unthinkable with a goal line finish to tie this up going into the second half. Bookie shots not connecting to the wall. Mayhem's behind him. Trades out 3 versus 3 to get this capture into the zone. And only 8 seconds to make it happen. So if you're going to go, you got to go now. They slide out. It doesn't work. 1-0 for the Newberry Wolves going into the second half of Overload. But considering how many chances each team had, I mean, you are not worried at all.
Really low score half, I will say that much for the Fire Ants. Again, 0 on the better side of the map is very difficult to be able to look at. But still, I mean, to only hold them off at 1, now you got to have to somehow meet that goal line and be able to step it up that another. That's pretty difficult to do from this side of the map before the Fire Ants. And they're not lacking behind in slays. That's definitely not it. It just comes down to those last few second decisions to be able to play for those kills before the score happened for Newberry is why they find themselves up on a 1-0 lead. Now they're on the blue side of the map. Let's see what they can potentially do from the better side.
Already playing for market side. Bookie, first one in. Tip of the spear. Looking for a second. Nice shots, and the hipfire connects. It's going to be enough to make your way across. AR set up, but shots aren't really there. Mortar gets it. Last couple of shots in. And a nice stop from Matty on the other side. So 3 kills for USC. Eternals trying to do some damage off spawn. Manages to play his life inside green. And I'm not sure how Mayhems doesn't turn around for this one. Trying to place into green. Nobody's watching for Eternals. He's getting away with murder.
Yeah, no, he absolutely is. 3 spree, 19 and 14. That device is being worked over towards the A zone of all places, and it's gonna get scored. And now you're spawning in Motel. The device spawning in Narnia comparatively to where these Fire Ants are spawning over on the bottom side of the map. It's gonna cause a lot of distress for Newberry to maybe try to retrieve this device. It should have. Mid-cut didn't get picked up. Everybody's playing around the back. Mayhems is here late. He almost found 2, but did not deny the stop. 3-0 for Newberry.
I mean, this just went from bad to worse really quickly for the USC Sumter. I mean, not only do you have to get your first capture, which has just been so elusive across the entirety of this map 3, but you have to fire off 2 more after that in the course of 3.5 minutes. And Newberry happy to just park themselves in a corner and wait out some opportunities to shoot you in the back. K. Beasley and Bookie both doing just that in P2. And they have a chance off of those 4 kills to find another capture.
If it wasn't already too far out, it's basically getting there. 4-0, 3 minutes on the board. Fire Ants trying to battle their way out from the spawns and Every single time that they find themselves in that scenario, they're spawning in really weird fashions to the point where Newberry are already lacking the numbers from the previous onslaught to even fully deal with them. But that's the controlled chaos that is Scar Overload, and it's Newberry's world right now. They have all of market control. The device is spawned up. Maddie top P2. Mortar's able to at least find one, but it's just not enough to be able to get map control. This pinstripe kill feed is only going to benefit the Wolves.
I think it's, at this point, panic mode for USC, and you're seeing the desperation from a lot of these individuals. Mortar going to grab that overload device without getting control into market, immediately shot by Bookie. And although Santi's putting pressure onto the spawns, you just haven't really been able to fully control the map from every angle. And constantly Newberry just slipping themselves into positions to shoot you in the back, find double kills, just keep you on the back foot again and again. I mean, this is surely red alert for the Fire Ants. They cannot get anything going on this map.
No, they cannot. Score might just be too far out of reach from the time limit, though we can see it statistically and numerically be done. You would just have to rally every single device. Maddie's going to pick things up, worked his way over by plane. They got Mayhem's in a really good position over by concrete, but he's not there to get the damage in to stop him from taking down Mortar. Mayhem doesn't even turn around for it, and it's 4 dead. The one opportunity you had for the Fire Ants might just blow it up right in their anthill, and it might end in a 5th score.
And just like I hold shift on the golf course, this is what it looks like. One more chance for 5th capture. I can imagine. And Newberry, I mean, they're walking all over this. I think for the Fire Ants, and we'll talk more about it in the highlights when we do see it. Back to this map number 3, Andy. I mean, they're just struggling at getting themselves into really powerful positions on the AR side, and Newberry constantly find themselves in the right place at the right time, holding control of this map constantly. And I think for Fire Ants, you're going to look back at this one, and you're going to see a lot of places that you can improve your game for Overload. Still a very brand new game mode, though, I will say, so it doesn't surprise me that teams struggle with it.
Oh, absolutely. I get tilted in this game mode every day in ranked mode.
He does.
So, it's just, I don't know. It can't be dissected just down to a one point or another. Like you said, the highlights, I think, will be very indicative to a lot of these points of conversation, as number 7 might be on the way. But a good defense here for the Fire Ants should just be the end of the game in a 6-0 scoreline. But again, it's not the Slays. The Slays from top to bottom are just about even here, Colin. It's just all off of being able to, like what I was saying against the Colossus, like this is where you do have to find those impactful kills to be able to get the objective control.
Well, for Newberry Wolves, not too bad to shake off that map 2 loss. 6-0 on the Scar Overload. They're going to take a lead in this series, heading into the Blackheart that they are so well known for inside of the Deep South. You see K. Beasley at the end grabbing that final kill cam, leading his team to the promised lands for the lead in this best of 5. Andy, really unfortunate after how close these maps 1 and 2 were, but you get to that Scar, and this is the story for a lot of teams in the CCL. I mean, Overload just continues to be a pain point for so many trying to learn this game mode. It is unfortunate for sure. I was expecting a little bit more after the way that we saw that first half go.
It's just really tough to gauge. Again, we have no VOD on this. I didn't watch the Scar Overload 7-2 win versus UNC Charlotte Niners. Maybe it could have given us a little bit more information on how this one might have been planning out. But still, it's still so early doors that we won't even have these conversations truly, you would feel like, until we get to the end of the second split. But here in Newberry, clear-cut favorite team, and I think this is going to be very eye-opening for the Deep South going forward on what not to do versus Newberry at a stoplight.
Do not pass or go straight to go at this point. Collect your $200 inside of this one. No, I think what I was trying to say about USC, and you can see it a lot on these offensive attempts that they almost had in that first half. I mean, there were 3 times that I think USC really had a good chance to score that overload. You just never truly saw somebody get into top green like you were seeing Newberry do when they were on the better side. And when you don't have somebody in that position of green, you just have no pressure onto the spawns, nobody watching you through trailers, and constantly allowing Newberry to have themselves a route off of the respawn to get behind you and make those stops. And not only make those stops, then rally into a counterattack of their own. And I think for USC, when they look back at it, they're going to recognize that pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'd say that much. I mean, still very early doors for this team. They have a lot of good back of house to help them figure things out. Again, as far as a team is concerned, very new names across the boards, but still, you feel like that the prowess is there. The resurgence from the Colossus, 5 rounds in a row on the Den Search and Destroy. These guys clearly got the COD chops, man, but they're severely lacking in the Scar Overload, and that VOD session at the end of this day, or maybe tomorrow, might just hit a little bit different. 29 and 27, 31 and 20 out of Sleepy. That is 49 NTK between the two of them. What are we talking about out here? 7,800 damage as well. What?
It's nasty. And you know what? It wasn't even the Sleepy show back in map 1 on that Colossus. It was K. Beasley and Eternals making all those plays. But to see Sleepy off of that Search and Destroy have impact in that map number 2, and then turn up into this map number 3 like it's a revenge game, and he does not want to go down 2-1 in that series. He really turned that around for himself in terms of those slaying numbers. 26 non-traded is crazy for himself, Andy, but I mean, looking over to USC, and you kind of said it's like the slaying wasn't the problem. It's just like where those kills happened seemed to be the problem for this team, and they just could never find some footing underneath them to get those offensive drives. I just think that it needs time for this map, mode combo, just in general. It's a tough one.
Well, remember what I said, Colin? It was the classic cliche of whoever won the swing map mode combination is probably going to win the series. Now I feel like I got to stick with it. I feel like I got to stick with it now because we're going to a Blackheart hardpoint, and as far as bang outs are concerned, what I got from that the early doors of that Colossus, it's feeling like an ending here.
Yeah, you know, I would agree with you, especially considering that, you know, Blackheart is a map that we haven't seen USC play yet in terms of college COD. It's something that's always been on their vetoes. They are 0-0 in this one. Newberry are 2-0 across the season so far. So it's not only the question of, you know, how that Colossus went. It's a mixture of that on top of, I don't know how practice USC are going to be on this map compared to others for hard points. So, yeah, I think I'm with you on that ball or in that idea of this is going to be Newberry most likely walking away with 4. I hope that USC can prove us wrong because I want to see that exposure come through and both of these teams finally get a look at that Search and Destroy, but it's really hard to see that outcome on the horizon. I think that USC not only needs to step up in terms of slaying, but you need to step up in terms of turning that slaying into objective presence across these respawns.
It's really difficult to do on Blackheart, especially because a lot of those like slays that happen around the hardpoint. I mean, if you think like per hardpoint, how many interactions do you think happen per hardpoint on Blackheart? Like legitimately. I'm thinking somewhere near like 20. Maybe that's even undershooting it. That all of those eliminations in slays that are constantly being found need to be amped up maybe twofold to what we have on the Colossus hardpoint out of the Sumter Fire Ants. That's essentially what I'm saying in a very long-winded way. But let's get into this map number 4.
Yeah, let's get into it. The teams are here, and now we're here too. A quick start from the Sumter Fire Ants in terms of getting that early time, but quickly Newberry are going to be able to battle back off the better side of these original spawns. Now for the Fire Ants, we get to question, can they break through and flip this map? Actually, no, I think our names are actually switched off the start, so it's the Fire Ants off to a great start.
And they're able to at least hold on towards that left-hand side as well. The 26 seconds looking good for them at this moment in time. They have really good control through the middle of the map. Colin Newberry spawning all the way across the way by P3.
Santi, nice for all 3. Madi's going to help out with that original damage. 41-8 off the start. This is nice out of the Fire Ants, starting to heat up. Santi's found himself 4 in a row. Inside the hill, K. Beasley on for the contest. Pistol out, and they get the break. Not the spawns, though, so still have a chance for the Fire Ants to battle their way back in. Santi slides right into the hill, takes out K. Beasley, and although you've lost a lot of your teammates in this presence, this contest is huge in terms of holding that lead going to the next hill.
20 seconds, though, on the back end of this here for Newberry. Sleepy could have ripped that first player, get that 5 spree working. Maybe he could work this way around the back. He's still going to try to brute force this. Mortar already showed his red dot in the middle of the map, but nobody's going to start poking this through the middle. Maybe the last player for K. Beasley off the old time, but still Mortar's lurking through the middle of the map. He catches really bad timing. That pusher on the back I was talking about comes through. Maddie's holding on, but that should be the spawns, plus the majority of the side.
K. Beasley, the back, contest out. Can he hold on as he's losing his teammates? A nade from Santi, and Madi's going to find the second one, so it's really just K. Beasley here, and Mordor finishes the job. Not the spawns, though. Split spawns on both sides, and Sleepy in the back is doing a great job of just being annoying. Well, the Fire Ants are collecting this time, but Sleepy really alone in this endeavor. Eternals from the side is going to try his best for one last break. 25 seconds still to get, and he's good for a second one, allowing Bookie to get in for the front line, but the Fire Ants are all over this, and Santi just continues to pop off.
It was just one trophy system away from Newberry potentially holding on to that back time. Like you were talking about, the spawns came through, but those Semtexes and frag grenades, very tip of your hat to that Den Search and Destroy, in my humbled opinion. 11-4 for Mayhems. 13-9 now for Santi, as 2 more kills do come through in the feed for Newberry. But it's starting to feel a little bit too late as the Fire Ants are in for the initial time. Mortar is getting lost in the middle of the map. He's on a 4 spree.
This is something we never really got to see on Colossus, is a player just take over through mid. Well, his teammates were soaking up that time, and it allows for them to just continue to win these fights inside the hill. Off of that initial pressure, finally a break from Newberry through the front of this hill, but you still have to deal with those spawns, so they had another wave of engagements to have in front of you immediately. A Shriek going to be called in for the Fire Ants, so they don't want to give up anything right now to the Wolves, but Mortar's going to get tracked down. He will find 2 with that Hellstorm, but it's not going to take this time away from Newberry.
No, it's not. It just only kept them honest, maybe to not get about 25, but only about 14. It should keep this lead at least marginal. I mean, it is Blackheart, and one wave of gunfights could transition very, very swiftly in your favor, but this P5 could be the difference maker. Front being held right now for Newberry. Fire Ants doing a really good job, plus the 5th player of Maddie's trophy system comes in, sets up Santi for the pinch, and now they can all look over towards the side. They have all of jump wall column, but do they have the spawns?
Oh, they have so much space right now when you look at that mini-map. Even though it's a small map like Blackheart, it still looks like there's a lot of space to cover. If you are the Wolves, K. Beasley not going to read that close angle from Santi. Goes for the instant chow. Sleepy expects it. Gun up, ready to go. Will collect that spawn for K. Beasley and allow for this pinch to be set up. Bookie caught in the crossfire. Sleepy trying to find an angle. He's got some help on this one. It's all 4 down for the break in 20.
Able to read around the back here for the back 20 seconds. You need this if you are Newberry, and 20 seconds on Blackheart sometimes feels like about 40, but the Fire Ants are just going to concede this. They're going to go back towards the center of the map. Oh, man. Mayhem's good help to keep Bookie alive, but still, or K. Beasley, I'm sorry. That is just absolutely insane. The scoreline from top to bottom making me eat my words. Double positive out of Mayhem's. He's on another spree. See you later. Get body blocked. Fall all the way down the hole. It just feels like there's some chaos and nonsense being panned out through that first set of hard points. But Newberry are able to at least find footing underneath them here, Colin. They're in towards the time. In the second set of P1, you can turn into a good amount of time.
Yeah, you can, especially when you're dominating that P2 side as well, because it forces Fire Ants to take some routes, and it really separates them, allowing Newberry to have some advantages in these gunfights. Kills go your way. It's a 3-3 split. Santi's going to walk away on top of that engagement, but you still have the better spawns if you're Newberry. No need to worry just yet.
They're just waiting for the exits. And that just might be their complete mishap. Nobody pushed through door, and they just were able to get the information. They double chowed out, and now they're spawning in Bufu. K. Beasley has to find at least 2. Here's the first. He has the read around the back. The pre-fire drop shot runs out of bullets, but he buys time for his teammates to arrive.
Mortar alone, and he doesn't get anything out of that. Spawns are so far away from the Wolves. And Sleepy's not going to win his in the back line, so an advantage here. That spawn should be back towards P3, and you can see Maddie just continues to run circles around these players. Inside the hard point, though, it's all Newberry winning these fights, and with 30 seconds, Andy, there's a chance to look at a lead change off this hill.
Yeah, there sure is. 30 seconds still left to be soaked around the back. 2 more in the feed. Maddie's the only one alive, but he is way too weak to try to threaten this scrap time. So he has to concede, get back over towards his teammates, and maybe hopefully set up over by P3, but Sleepy's already threatening it. That stun, I thought was actually going to fall fully in the water, but it keeps Mortar at least honest. He gets crossed up around the back, but again, is buying time for more teammates to come back and assist. It's Eternals on a 5.
Almost turning up when the team needs it. Tie game going into this P3, and you've completely flipped the map yet again. Fire Ants, that energy that they had at the start of this game, Andy, it is quickly depleting through Blackheart. And it's at all the wrong moments when you need it most. You thought the Fire Ants were here to push a map 5, but suddenly you're questioning how much gas really is in the tank. Spawns in the back for Newberry. They're going to be able to reinforce the seal over and over again. And with losing Mortar, that's going to make it hard to break. Santi in the front for the contest. Rest of the team swinging around to hold on, but Newberry wipes them again. And there's still so much time to get.
Remember when we were talking about the over by P1 Mayhems was at 20 and 8, Colin? You do that math now. Slow down? I'd say so. 22 and 23 as well for Santi. We need somebody like Mortar to have a moment like we saw there in the end of the first set of hard points, and Maddie to maybe try to step things up. He is just super soaking. 90 seconds inside the hill is good, but now we're lacking in the kill department if we are the USC Sumter Fire Ants. Newberry are starting to feast. The rotation over towards New. It beckons. And they're here first. Newberry just simply can do no wrong. They're also reading this push around the back.
I mean, they just went into Ultra Instinct mode. Across the back half of this hard point, you need something out of the Fire Ants soon enough because this just continues to get worse and worse. Contest is in from the front. Mortar trying to dance around. Mayhems goes down and Bookie swings out. Another wave of kills for Newberry. 188 to 144. Plays through the middle of the map from Santi. Again, just trying to get his team over the halfway mark. Nice patience from Sleepy. Damage onto the second one as well, and it's going to slow down this break yet again. In fact, it completely halts the break because it's Bookie again on 4 in a row.
17 and 25, the most silent 4 spree you could possibly have ever imagined, but he is finding damage. He is soaking all the time. 212 to 144. It feels like the Fire Ants haven't gotten any single second of time since P2. A Hellstorm missile gets called in. It's shrouded the push into square. Bookie almost doubles down, but it's the Fire Ants that hold strong.
So this is where you need to see what USC can do. Can they put together a comeback like we saw in Colossus, Andy, or is it too late yet again? As Newberry are on the brink of a map 4 win and a series win as K. Beasley calling in the Hellstorm, and he's looking for money in the back. 3 go down off the streak. There's 1 left in the hill yet again. Spawns in the back are going to be there for a couple of these players, but it doesn't matter. A break again for Newberry, and they're looking for the win.
Oh, they're all single file. They're funneling from the front. Maddie feels the pressure. He wins the initial. That guarantees the rotation going over towards P1 once again. But the lead might just be too far gone. Colin, the kills aren't there. K. Beasley is absolutely feasting. 28 and 26. 3 spree with the Hellstorm missile. It ends here.
Only 13 seconds left. And a rotation forced into a 3rd set of hills, but it doesn't seem like that's looking to matter as Newberry are set up. Spawns in the back, the flank is through. Eternals should be overwhelmed in the hill, but an aid from the grave, and Eternals Sleepy turned up for the last couple of kills. And tonight, when you thought the Fire Ants were gonna force an upset, no upsets out of the number 11 Newberry Wolves, taking a 3-1 win over their state counterpart.
What a swing! Hey, they were down by just about 40 points continuously through the first set of hard points. I don't think it went anywhere past maybe 50, if not 60 points at most. We'll see here in the game flow. Yeah, they were always hanging on, man. That biggest lead was that 40 points at the end of P2 to P3. Always hanging on, but never too far gone. You saw the 50 points, 97, 135 going in towards the second set. Maybe I cast or curse it. If I did Mayhems, that's on me. My bad. I didn't know I had that power in me tonight. But he was at 20 and 8, and whatever that stat line was that he finished, he just completely fell off. More than this growth of a spreadsheet for the hard point distribution of the USC Sumter Fire Ants. That is insane that Newberry were able to all 4 collect themselves to frag out the way that they did.
Yeah. I mean, Andy,
they were hooping.
You should know more than the rest the powers that you have in terms of caster cursing, but I mean, on the night, I think the Fire Ants, they just fell flat in that second set of hills. And it was the P1 that really ramped it up because Newberry just constantly held those P2 rotations. They did get broken for a second, but then immediately they recognized that mistake. They push through P4, they retake those spawns, they dominate inside of those power positions, and they just play some good fundamental COD on a map that you don't normally see it. It's a very mixy map. It's really hard to dictate the pace of this game, but I mean, Newberry constantly knew what to do, when to do it, and where to be to really influence it. And that moment right there, I mean, I've seen a lot of kills in Call of Duty. I've never seen somebody body block to force them to fall off the map.
Like the Uncle Iroh, like belly bump, like get up out of here, like that's insane. Just no entry. No entry in towards the square at all. Kate Beasley's Hellstorm missile for the 3 broke the spawns in towards the back. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. They put themselves in a situation for Newberry to be able to close out this game. And like you were saying, I mean, the fundamental Call of Duty that is Blackheart with its 4 unique spawns is that you do have to deathball. And that deathball comes by way of 4 Draviks. We saw that at least one M15 a handful of times out of Newberry. But once they all started deathballing together and just playing for those team shots and just brute forcing their way forward, yeah, that looked pretty good. 4,700 damage. Are you sure, Sleepy?
70 eliminations between Sleepy and Eternals. 23 non-traded for Sleepy, 24 non-traded for Eternals. I mean, hats off to Santi and Mayhems in this map number 4 because they really came out the gate swinging. I just feel like when it came down to these respawns, all 4 of the Fire Ants just were never on the same page. We saw the same issues in maps 1, 3, and 4. For Newberry, those issues just were non-existent when it came down to locking in. I mean, especially when you talk about that overload, when we do look at those map modes together. But big things from Newberry in terms of turning up as a squad, Andy. Biggest deficit was that Scar overload, a 6-0 win for Newberry, where they really lit up the map to take a lead in that swing map mode combo, and a swing it was going into that Blackheart hardpoint. They had all the confidence going their way.
Yeah, the one thing I wanted to say here, like, did you see the average damage per hill out of Sleepy?
No.
460 damage per hill. Average. That's almost 5 elims per hill. Raw damage per hill. That is ridiculous to average that much damage with a submachine gun on a map like Blackheart, where you feel like you should be traded instantaneously. Hey, you know what they say? If you take the swing map mode combination, God, you're probably gonna win the series.
Yeah, I mean, somebody really wise. Some wise old man said it on broadcast earlier today.
It was me. It was me.
3-1 win for Newberry. Wolves is going to put them in a very good spot in terms of the Deep South when we do get to that divisional restructure coming up in just a few weeks. That's going to give them the #1 seed over USC Sumter Fire Ants. And you know what, Andy? You know, although a loss today, you got to give some respect over to USC for what they've been doing. Again, I was talking at the start of the show is that a couple of these players, it's their introduction into competitive multiplayer. And if this is what we're seeing right now so early on in Black Ops 7, I can't wait for the rematch.
Yeah, no, same here, man. I think that there's one thing that you definitely have to keep in mind is that this is just week 3. Day 2 of week 3. We still have so many more weeks. We still have so much VOD sessions, scrimmages, you name it. Not to mention there's a Challengers Cup coming up this weekend. I think it'd be real good for any of these college COD players that they have a free weekend to be able to play through that cup, whether they get blasted by Omid or not. I think that it'll be fun for them to be able to see how they were able to learn and grow themselves as the league gets ready for that divisional restructure. It's only going to get better, the competition.
And tonight's only going to get better as we got one more match. We look to the West Coast for the Titans versus the Broncos. It's a matchup that I'm very excited to see every single time we get Fullerton on broadcast. It's always a fun time. We're going to head to a break while we get set up for our last series of the night. We will see you soon with some more College COD.
Hi, my name is Joseph Miller. I go by Biohazard. I play for the University of Akron, and I am a social work major. I started playing Call of Duty competitively around my senior year of high school. So 2018, I broke my rib cage and I was kind of on bed rest for 6 weeks straight. In that time, I got really, really, really into video games, and Call of Duty was my number one. Honestly, I wanted to get into competing in Call of Duty when it was right after I graduated high school. I attended World War II Champs in Columbus, which was kind of local to me. And then like seeing the stage, seeing the competitive aspect, honestly what really did it for me was like all of the champs banners with all of the rosters and the team names and the player names and everything, and like just seeing that aspect and environment, I knew that I wanted to try that and try to get to that level. I would kind of play in random various like online leagues with my friends, and I would never honestly really find much success with it. Honestly, just like a stroke of luck, I got a College COD recommended video on my Twitter, and I didn't realize that like there was a whole collegiate league for it. I did what any logical person would do, and I went through the College COD Twitter and looked at every single college that they were following and looked to see if there was any of them in Ohio. And I saw the Akron one, and I was familiar with Akron esports because of Tristan on the Rocket League team. I was a huge E United fan, and Tristan played Rocket League for E United as well as for the University of Akron. And so I looked through Akron stuff. I saw that they didn't really have anything about Call of Duty. Took a leap of faith, and I emailed the director of esports and I asked him about a Call of Duty team, and I was honestly just really fortunate enough that they were looking to build one as I was messaging them, and so it just kind of all fit into place. It's definitely not as easy as most people probably would view it to be from an outside perspective, especially like going to class, having things in person, you know, like contributing to like college life and stuff like that. Like you don't want to just be a shut-in who, you know, goes to class, goes to practice, and then that's it. Like, you know, I tried to, you know, put myself out there and, you know, meet people and make friends and all of that, while also, you know, having that competitive aspect, you know, going to practices and things like that. And it definitely, it's a lot to get used to, especially when I was 22 when I first, you know, went back to college. So I kind of had to relearn school life in general as well. I definitely, for advice, I would tell people to focus on, you will be a student athlete, and you need to focus on that student part as well. Make sure that you are attending class, you know, doing your homework and things like that, so that way you still have the opportunity to compete. Obviously, you know, competing is fun. Making a name for yourself is fun. It's very enjoyable, but you have to do the not so fun things as well in order to appreciate, you know, the enjoyable things. So please, please, go to school. Absolutely. Last year, we were watching in our esports facility. We have like a 9-panel TV wall that we normally would put, like, if one of the esports teams has a match up, we would put it on the big screen. It was a football game, and so we put the football game up on the screen, and I wasn't paying attention, and apparently like the ESPN video people were behind and thought that it was really cool that we were like watching the football game. And so like then they put it on ESPN, and they were talking about, like, they were like, oh, like the Akron esports team is showing support to their football team, and I was like that's me. It's really, really cool to see. A lot of times when people think of esports, they think of, you know, being there, playing the game, things like that. And like you said, there's so much more that goes into it. As long as you are interested in the field, I'm sure you could probably find something that interests you. For me, it was social media. There's casters, there's, you know, like editors, so many things behind the scenes that you probably don't think exist, and you can find anything. And so for somebody that kind of wants to dip their toes into it, I definitely say don't be afraid to take that leap of faith. Don't be afraid of rejection. You just kind of have to put yourself out there, and if it's meant to be, it will find its way to you. But don't ever really give up hope, and I promise that whatever you find, it's meant to be there for a reason. I definitely, honestly, it feels funny to say, but like kind of what everybody's doing this year, like, you know, like the listen-ins, the player interviews, the behind the scenes things, kind of like humanizing it, I guess, would be a better way of putting it. I definitely think that, you know, putting names to faces and all of the things like that, where you're going behind the scenes, you're going more in depth. It's not just becoming another league. Like, you are, like, this is college. These are students in this league, and so being able to have these students have the opportunity to, you know, discuss their lives and, you know, be more than just a Call of Duty gamer and things like that. Like, it's definitely really interesting to see, and it's really cool to, you know, be a part of it now. I definitely am excited this year for the competition because I'm the only one that's returning, and so it's definitely interesting to see, to go from being on a team with people like Bowie and Thieves and MZ to people on my team that nobody like really knows who they are. So like kind of giving these guys the opportunity to prove themselves and build their own names for themselves while also doing the best I can as, you know, the veteran. I say that so that way I don't call myself old. Teach them kind of the ways and teach them how to play proper, learn the game while, you know, like kind of pushing them forward, so that way once I'm done after this year, like they can kind of carry it on, and then who knows, you know, in the future, maybe not let them focus too much on what Akron was, and now picture what Akron can be with them in the picture.
Hi, my name is Rory. My gamer tag is Cruz. I go to Oklahoma Christian University, and I am a nursing student, or Bachelor's of Science in Nursing. Okay, so my very first memories of playing COD, my parents had never let me buy Call of Duty before. I'd asked them plenty of times, me and my brother. But I went to one of my friend's house. We played Modern Warfare 3. We played it all night, and then I came home and I managed to convince my parents to let me get it. Me and my brother just played it all the time. That was probably my first memory of playing COD. So I would say Black Ops. So when I first started playing in Modern Warfare 3, I think my full first prestige in Modern Warfare 3, I had like a .28 KD. I was like the worst player ever. Black Ops 2 League play, kind of towards the end of that game, I started realizing that I could kind of be pretty decent. I was a lot better than all of my school friends, so I started looking for like other people to play with. And then when Ghosts came out, that was when I really being like, oh, okay, I could actually maybe do something with this. So I finished high school in 2017. When I finished high school, I didn't really want to go straight to university or college after I wasn't very motivated. I kind of just decided I needed to take a break, and competitive was kind of like a thing that I like to do to kind of like, not escape from like what was going on in my life, but like it was a good kind of like thing to give me to vent or just kind of get my feelings out. And then it wasn't really until I moved over to the US during Cold War and started competing over here that I actually found out what like the CCL was. It showed me that I could do like both things that I wanted to do. So I always wanted to like try and go pro in COD, but I also wanted to do like a nursing degree. And so doing the CCL gave me like an opportunity to do both of those at the same time. I feel like it kind of was like a no-brainer for me to kind of come over here because it let me do everything that I wanted to do all at the same time. I would say that the journey moving over here, it was definitely difficult. I think the first time I came over here, just to like give you guys some timeline here, so I moved over here 2020, right before Cold War came out. So I played the competitive year of Cold War in the US. I lived with my fiance, my now fiance, and her family in Tennessee. I competed then, and then I went back home after that in New Zealand trying to get my student visa during Vanguard, and then I moved back here for Modern Warfare 2. So I think when I was here in Cold War, it was very different because COVID was happening. I didn't have to worry about, I had money saved up already. I didn't have to worry about working. So life was very easy. Change that to now where I moved over here. I am paying for my own apartment. I have a dog that I'm also paying for. I have a job, and then I have classes, and then I also had like scrims and tournaments and everything. I would say the journey was, at least for the last 2 years, have been like very stressful, but it did teach me a lot about like time management, prioritizing things. So I actually get asked this quite a lot by people on Twitter. Why do you do this to yourself, or how do you do this? What I learned is that the biggest thing is kind of like I said, it's time management, but not in terms of like sitting your day out and being like, okay, I'm gonna do COD from 1 until 8, and then I'm gonna do school from 8 until 12. Not every day is gonna be the same. You can't follow the same schedule every day because some days you might get 8 hours of sleep and some days you might get 2 hours of sleep. Don't waste your time. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I think over the last 2 years, I've barely watched any movies, any TV shows, always doing something that I think is productive. The amount of time that people spend procrastinating on things, they could definitely work a full-time job with that amount of hours that they spend doing almost nothing. I would say that you should do it because I think that it is hard and it will take you a while to get used to it. I think the hardest part for me was my first 2 semesters because I had never experienced juggling all of these things. The thing with competing in COD is, as much as it's a great thing, the chances of actually getting something out of it are very slim. So playing like while you do college is a great way to have like, not necessarily a backup, but it gives you something else to do. Like, you should have enough time while you're competing at any level, and if I can do this while we're getting like 3rd to 6th at majors and whatever, making champs, then you can do it as well. You have enough time to do your degree and then also compete to the level that you want. I never went pro, and that's fine with me. I'm not really bothered about it. I think that I had a great time and I achieved a lot of good things that I'm proud of. And now I'm done competing and I almost have my nursing degree. I'm already 3.5 years ahead of where I would be if I waited until I was done competing to start. We had not played really with Gus the whole year, and Gus had also not competed at all on Black Ops 6. So he hadn't played any sort of competitive. So we were basically kind of starting from square one with him, which, when all of you are all juggling your own challengers teams as well, makes it quite difficult to kind of get there. But I think going into that event, I'm not gonna lie, we drove like a van down there or something. It was like a 9-hour drive. I did not think that we had really any chance of winning that event on the way down there. I was gonna go there and give it my all. Going into that event, there was St. Clair, which was like a full Challengers Elite team, Fisher, who was also pretty stacked, and then Northwood, who were all top Challengers players, but like Flames and Mark also didn't play that much, so they were kind of in the same boat as Gus. But I feel like on paper, we were probably like the weakest team. Yeah, I don't know. We got there and it just all started clicking, playing on LAN with the same guys that I'd been playing with for like 3 or 4 years. Honestly, that stage that we played on at the CCL finals, I think that is probably the best experience I've had like competing in Call of Duty across like any game. Like walking out on the stage with those lights and like the setup that they had there, that was insane. I think that was so cool. And then like you said, like to be able to win on that stage, I don't even know if it was about winning. I think it was about how close the series was and then winning. Like being with the guys that I had been with for like 3 years, and these guys are like probably gonna be my like best friends or really good friends like for life. It just meant a whole lot seeing how much it like meant to those guys as well.
Hello, my name is Michael Wigglar. I go to Conestoga College, and I'm currently studying a business program. I'm in my last semester. I've been playing Call of Duty as long as I can remember, honestly. My first one I can really remember playing was Black Ops 1 with my dad specifically. He was kind of the one who got me interested in it in the first place when I was, I'd say 11 or 12. And then as I got older in the teens, we'd always play it around Christmas time, just kind of play all the retro CODs. It kind of was my stepping stone into competitive Call of Duty. I would say the first time I realized I had You know, a little bit of talent is when I was playing AW, Advanced Warfare. I had a little group I would be playing kind of game battles, UMGs with when they were still around, and we did pretty well. We were usually on the top of those ladders, so that was kind of the first inkling to me that I thought I might be able to do something competitively. So I've always seen the CCL like from afar. I've been competing in challenges for a long time since World War II almost, or since Black Ops 4 was my first competitive Call of Duty when I went to challengers events. But I've been seeing college COD grow for a long time. One of the last Toronto XPs that I attended, I believe it was the one last summer. Potsy reached out to me afterwards, our coach Potsy. He expressed that he had some interest in me going to the college. I was kind of on the back tail end of my career at that point, or competitive career, and I thought that it would be a good opportunity to kind of continue it a little bit longer. I have some interest background in kind of starting my own business, which is why I wanted to do the business.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready for our last match of the night here for week 3 of College COD. We go to the West Coast. We look at the Titans versus the Broncos. Cal State University of Fullerton versus Cal Poly Pomona Broncos. Andy, this is going to be a fun one for both of these two teams. We've seen the Titans on stream in the past. We have yet to see the Broncos, though. So, new team to kind of watch for you and I.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we know that there's one thing for our producer, J Pros, that he loves Broncos. That's probably why they ended up here. No, I'm just kidding. We got a Battle of California here, man, and it should be really, really fun to be able to see what they do look like. For CPP Broncos, I believe this is their first time in the league. I could be mistaken by that. There's always so many California teams.
Yeah, so many. And for J Pros, Andy, it's the Broncos that don't break your ankles at the end of the game that I think we want to see tonight. We're not hoping that's going to happen for Poly Pomona tonight. We're hoping that they actually make it to the finals this time. But for week 3 to kind of finish off between these two, I think it's going to be fun to see two California teams play head-to-head. So let's take a look at the head-to-head between both of these and where they're kind of laying in terms of the CCL so far. We got to look at their season records. 4-1 for the Titans, 4-0 for the Broncos. None of them losing a map, which doesn't really make sense when Fullerton have lost a series.
Yeah, we don't have the stats. It's from the series that literally just ended not even about 10 minutes ago for Fullerton. The Titans just completing a series, so we don't have all the map records for that one. But they did lose it, so that is their first loss on the entire season thus far. They did have that bye win. They did start off quite well for them. They got the Sun Devils win, though this is no longer the Fishity Sun Devils. If you know, you know. They were able to beat Washington State as well. Though on the opposite side for the Broncos, that is a complete 4-0 going up against that forfeit win for the Sun Devils, GCU Lopes, SJace, SU, the Spartans, as well as the Toros. So, like, they have been playing up against other teams that should be giving them competition. They just never seen a map for.
Yeah, exactly. I hope Fishity knows we still talk about it. You know, because...
That's legendary. You know, people think that Spark came up with that Volt class, but I know, and you know, and Fishity knows.
Yeah, we know where that came from. But for both of these two teams, I think you're right to say that, you know, this is going to be a fun head-to-head in terms of how they fare up, especially considering the big topic right now this week and next week is the restructure. That is going to be happening in 2 weeks' time. So big matchup between these two to kind of separate each other from one another. We look towards the map set, though, Andy, of this best of 5, and it's still quite diverse. I will be surprised. Den, Raid, Den, Blackheart, Exposure.
Just couldn't help ourselves but see that Den overload. We could have saved ourselves with a Scar, and we would have had back-to-back unique map sets. That would have been insane.
Can I be honest?
And you know, yeah.
The Scar is the worst overload map.
No, I agree. Yeah. I'm not going to sit here and bat an eyelash. Yes, it's awful. It's not fun sometimes, Colin, when you just put in the spawn blender and you're just like, oh, don't worry, I'm going to pick up your trade over by P3, bud, and all of a sudden you get double flanked all the way through mid. I'm having PTSD from rank play, man. Get me out of here. Den hardpoint up first, man. I think that this is going to be a really good showcasing for the AR talent that we do have on both sides. Like you were talking about, we have seen the Titans at least one time this year. I want to see what the CPP Broncos are going to be bringing to the table. What kind of gunnies are we going to be playing with? Because if there's one thing that we know for certainty, Raid Search and Destroy plays nothing like Black Ops 2 and nowhere close to what it was like in Cold War either. It's so fast-paced that I think that Den's going to be another good litmus test to be able to see how these two teams do pace up against each other.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Raid's going to be one of those search and destroy maps that might be out the window when we start getting other S&D maps tested. But, you know, I also might just be a raid hater in Black Ops 7. It's just one of those things.
You didn't have to say raid. You're just a hater.
Okay. I don't know, Andy. I just think that even though there's snipers, I feel like the snipers really don't have as much impact. I feel like they struggle to have impact, and I don't really like that when it comes down to search and destroy. I think that it really, you need to find that happy medium. But hey, you know, that's still some time before we see the raid search and destroy in this series. Gotta get through this Den hardpoint, and you're right to say that the AR is gonna have big impact, especially off of this break off for P1. Obviously, you look at your subs to get Mixie over to P2 and see if you can, you know, get some time off that hill. But the real power comes from those ARs trying to get towards top broken, trying to hold down top window on the opposite side, and really trying to hold down this map for those subs to have impact.
And a little bit of a game crash happened, so we got a little bit more time to yap. And yeah, I will agree. Not to mention, especially on Den, with all like the nooks and crannies that you do have, a lot of your ARs are going to be sitting there like to play for the trades. Like their utility, a lot of the time, are fragmentation grenades. So playing like your geometry warfare and being able to get like those corners. We actually saw that come through in the Den search and destroy, specifically from the USC Sumter Fire Ants, the way that they were able to manipulate a lot of those different corners. But now that we have the time to be able to talk about it, I actually want to go back to the point you were talking about, like the search and destroy on raid and the sniper presence on it. It feels like that for raid sniping now, it's like it's forced value.
Yeah.
And like you're either finding like that crazy timing, the fly through zig, or if you're the team that's spawning over by garage side, like you're getting that jump peak. But like you're not just like the old days where you're just gonna take the sniper over by poolside and be in the forever 1v1 versus top bed, or over by laundry versus art anymore. And that's you don't have the lives to be playing with that anymore. It's just the 2 lives. And a lot of time for raid search and destroy, I feel like you do get that earlier rather than later on the offense, just to maybe get that first boomstick first blood, getting that numbers advantage on raid like you were talking about, just from the pace alone. That numbers advantage, you can get that round win just in a matter of seconds from that first.
No, I think I agree. I think there's a lot of skill expression on raid when it comes to the sniper because of how fast you have to be to get that timing. But I don't really like that the fact is that like skill expression doesn't really lead to space gained. It doesn't really lead to pressure on the map. It's just, do you hit your shot? No, you're kind of dead now, or you're in a 1v4 fast with a sniper in your hand. That's just like, that's something in a search and destroy map that I think doesn't really lead to a good, consistent, like successful recipe for enjoyment out of a player, enjoyment out of a viewer. And I think that that's like the issues that I have with raid search and destroy right now. But fortunately enough, we got a lot of good search and destroy maps. You know what? One S&D map that I actually do like is Colossus and the way that it plays. And I think that even though it's a small map, I think that the sniper does have a lot of pressure on this one. But it does sound like after our podcast is done, Andy, we are getting some issues in joining back into that map number 1. So while we figure that out, chat, we are going to step away, stop yapping, and when we come back, hopefully we'll have some answers for you.
Hey guys, my name is Lucho. I've been in Mar Hills now for 2 years, and I'm in the MBA program, Business Administration. So I was a little kid, and I got my PS3. My father started playing all these campaign games. That's when I first got contact, but when I first started playing was when I got the PS4 and I got BO3. Getting really cracked in the pub games, getting Dark Matter, you know, grinding zombies. That's about it.
All right, I told you we'd have some answers, and that answer is the teams were kind enough to end the game when they saw that we lagged out and restarted. How kind of these gentlemen, Andy.
Just absolute gentlemen. You absolutely love it because they do it for the game and the love of the broadcast. Titans, though, gonna be the initial time, and it's all but a tease.
Just a little
tease. 3-0.
bit of a
Scorigami. The hardpoint Scorigami.
Never seen that one before. Put it down.
You never will.
On the scorecard. No, you know, we're coming into this one. Obviously, we had a little bit of an issue in our side. Seems like we're having a little bit of an issue on the player side now. It's just how things go. Andy, I mean, getting into like this Den hardpoints, one thing I think we can really look forward to is the fact that for the Titans who have been on broadcast, we've seen that this team has very fundamental in hardpoint. It's the one thing that I think I was excited for them last year in Black Ops 6. It's the one thing that I think in Black Ops 7 really carries forward, and a map like Den is there as well. I mean, for Pauly Pomona, I think on the other side, the big question will come down for Den especially is how good can you rotate to those money hills, like your P4s, like your setups into P2, things that you tend to hold on to a little bit longer than the other hills. I think for Pomona, that's the big question in how well they can handle the map control.
Yeah, I'm going to extend that as well, because ahead of the divisional restructure, like, this is where other teams on the other division, like, they're going to be watching for, like, those plot holes. Like, Lucho, you ain't sneaky, man. I saw you eyeballing the competition for the ahead of the divisional restructure out of Mars Hill, because you're going to be able to find yourself in a situation where you're going to be playing up against these teams in the very near future. So, I mean, let's go ahead and pull up that entire Pacific area and to be able to see what's going on over here, because, yeah, this competition is going to be shaken up here in a moment in time. I think that with or without this win, depending, that's going to be the only head-to-head that might give the Titans that 1 seed. But regardless, I mean, you look on the opposite side, like the Coyotes and the California State University Long Beach Sharks, going to be more or less going to be conjoining on the opposite side here with GCU Lopes. So I think that you're going to be watching for a lot of these different plot holes and the opportunities to be able to sniff out these hardpoint map wins. When do they rotate? What aren't they watching in these money hills for P2? How can we break these hills?
How can we get into a situation to look comfortable into the divisional reset? How can we get into a situation for teams to start being scared of playing us in hardpoints? I think is the big question that we're looking at. And for Titans, I mean, 4-1, you're trying to knock Pauly Pomona down to a 4-1 standing to see if you can get that head-to-head advantage in that #1 seed for Division A. Division B looks pretty clear-cut with the Sharks looking good over the Coyotes, but hey, still a couple of games left to play for a lot of these squads. I mean, you can see that the NAU Lumberjacks have only played 2 of their matches, Andy. Arizona State Inferno have only played 3 of their matches, so a lot of Call of Duty still to be played inside of our Pacific. So getting back into this map #1 of Den, it was an early start for the Titans. It once again will be another early start for them.
Yep, and they're going to be holding on towards that favorite side. They are starting on this side of the map. So winning the early gunfights, very, very important here for the Titans. Doing it all for Tuffy. But you still got Broncos members trying to cycle their way out. They do have mid-cut control. Gets picked up by Cloudy. Not looking too bad with 20 seconds remaining here on the initial.
Not bad at all. Self is on screen, holding up all that time. Big fight towards Tin, and Dipe is going to win this one. So you can see that they're still trying to get some pressure for the Titans on this P2 spawn with Pomona making their way through. Tor's going to get caught in the open. That's the end of his 4 spree, and a big win again from Crack. Takes down 2 inside of the hill, draws those spawns for your team, and locks down the initial time.
Got one player slurking already. It's Salviz inside of couches. He doubles down. He's got assistance. He gets bumped forward. but Dipe's gonna take him down on the opposite side. There's space forward, and they're cleaning up players inside of couches. So one more player means that Dipe has to give up this rooftop hold, and he puts them on skates. Split spawns occurring, 2 in the back, 1 in the front.
I don't think they're going to read this flank right away from Selvis. He's there quickly. Selvis gets the double kill. You see that the Titans are still trying to fight for this P2 time, but it's all going to be Cloudy. Pistol in hand. Oh, Torres with the Semtex tears out his teammates. And it's still going to be Pomona inside of the hill for number 2. Selvis collects yet another kill onto Dipe. That's going to force the Titans on a rotation.
It was the most inconsequential double TK I've ever seen in my life. But here we go. Rotation over towards Tin. Dipe's playing for exits. For some odd reason, he does go 1 for 1. And I saw there for a moment that DNAC, player number 4, he was watching the flank. Dipe spawns up. They're never going to expect that Tor is going to be on this late flank. They're not turning for it.
Oh, Cloudy's going to spawn up as well on the opposite side of the map. So spawns all over the place. And it looks like this time Selva's going to read him, but he gets the bad timing. Cloudy's going to find some sort of an angle onto Farida, but Pomona's still walking away with the time, still walking away with the majority of these kills and holding on to this lead in P3. Everybody from the Titans blue forcing their way through the middle of the map into the jump up. Good damage from the Broncos. Clean up the rest of those kills yet again. For the Titans, you spawn up on the better side. You better hope you can hold on to it.
And it's just one of those fundamental errors where you're the 4th player to be spawning up. You see all players are eyeing forward. You got the mid-cut being watched. At least got a sniff that maybe the flank could be coming through. But like you said, I mean, when one player spawned all the way out over by P2, that should have been the immediate alarm bell that there's a player in the back. Selvis, player in the back on 6 in a row. 11 in 3. Very, very close, if not already has that Hellstorm missile, maybe an assist away. But P4 may have popped, but the push from the front is all but good for Tor. Selvis gets shot in the back, not enough to take him off of that spree column. He's just soaking up the time.
All right, Tor 11 and 5, Selvis 11 and 3. These guys are slaying out for the Broncos. As Tor inside of A-bomb, he's actually going to be forced away, shot in the back, and there's 4 down for the Broncos spawning back over towards P2. Dipe immediately tries to get active and take some space over to Lights, but Shot's not able to take down one member of the Broncos, allowing them for a chance of this break back in. 22 seconds. DNAC only good for the 1. Tor on the angle, shutting them down yet again and giving Selvis a chance in the break for scrap.
Yeah, really hard to find more than a combined 10 eliminations if you're Rue and Farito when Selvis and Tor are just about slaying out everything possible. 27 eliminations between the two of them, going back towards the center of the map, and what was a really good setup for the Titans from P1 going into P2, Colin. We were singing their praises. It gets blown up immediately from P3 to P4. That's that money rotation you were talking about, Colin, and the Broncos completely blow it up.
Titans just looking to see if they can find any of that momentum they had at the start of the game with that lead that they got. The Broncos really dialed it up in terms of the slaying. Farida, excellent slide out onto Crack. Selvis breaks into that hill as the Broncos holding the better side of the map. Everybody from C-Suff trying to fight in through servers, but right into the wake of Broncos. Another set of kills go their way, and they're soaking up too much time now for the Titans to like.
Yeah. You almost feel like that you do have to contest this ever so slightly. Be careful if your Selvis is pushing a little bit further forward. He does double back. That allows for Cloudsy to spawn up. Still over by Dragon, but that got a little bit too close. I was more worried about where Tor was going to spawn. He spawns in a situation where he feels like he's late to this, and he's right. Cloudy gets all the way in towards the back. Rue's too weak to take the challenge, and that allows for an opportunity. Watch the rooftop push. Cloudy also wins the 1 in the back. Dive cleans up mid, and now everybody has to look in towards the back. Rue can only double down, but is it enough to buy time for reinforcements?
Down by 60. Titans need to make themselves a little bit of a comeback here. So as we get into this P2, I guess it's time for a little bit of a listen in, Andy.
Stay back there, Front.
Just hold the weapon.
Man, one on the right.
That's two roofs. One guy out there, one guy's gonna be in there maybe.
In there.
I'm trying to flip. I'm pinching him.
One shot, I heard you.
They're gonna spawn in the back. Want 2 of them.
Yo, I'm behind
In there again. Clouding, you dead?
What are you guys spawning on? What are you guys spawning on?
They're trying. Spawning them. Family units, so they're in your back.
I'm going in. Yeah.
I don't see nothing middle.
I'm the tower.
Middle now. Me cut.
Mid the tower. On the back of me. Watch out. Jump on that. Nice, last one time.
Two mid time.
Go, make it.
Yeah, they're your
One make it.
Mid cut, one shot, dive. And the rest of me is tower.
Tower, one
Dyke
shot.
was mid, one's tower. Dyke was mid, one's tower.
No mix-up of the comms, nobody jumping over the other Andy. It's pretty straightforward right now for Cal Poly Pomona as they have completely overlapped CSUP in terms of the scoreline. They are blowing them out of the water on dead.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you got a 44 elimination with only 22 deaths between Selvis and Tor. That's about as dominant as you could possibly imagine. 100-point swing in between these two teams. And it's the flank that comes through from Doja that blows up P3 before it even fully popped once again. Cal Poly Pomona, the Broncos absolutely stampeding their way forward. Brew playing the timing around the back over by the patio. He loses it. So Dragon becomes vulnerable. They should be aware that it's all around the back and Selvis is ironed up.
Spawns in the back for CSUF. All four members going to be here. Quick wrap from DNAC and should be able to get the better of Selvis. Everybody stays alive. It's a double kill for the Titans. Still have yet to break. Farida not going to be able to hold on to that time for now as the full break does happen. CSUF are in for the time. 32 seconds. Selvis falls off the map, but Tor immediately finds a kill with that Semtex. Slides out, good damage. Any follow-up going to be there for Crack? No. DNAC there for the help out. Dyke finds a third. All four dead yet again. And CSUF holds strong.
And they needed it. This 20 seconds just encroaching themselves closer to that double century mark that Cal Poly Pomona have themselves at. They're still trying to fight for ult. Look at the exits being looked at. It allows Crack to get over by Couches for free. Getting crossed up over by Broken Hole, but he's not here alone. Dyke has his help, and he gets two. That could be a massive moment, but there's a split spawn comes through. Selvis is in the back, and it's an easy double kill. I mean, Uzi 28 and 14. Oh, it almost had a good look for a third, but that could be the moment that blows things up.
Could be the one that really pushes this over the edge for the Broncos. As Titans are trying their best to fight through the middle of the map, but instead you're looking at Cloudy in the jump up. He's going to give himself away. Farida not going to throw any shoulders. Instead, just wait for Cloudy to peek himself. Contention's out, up and over. Sub in the hand of Farida, but DNAC's going to take him away now. 21 seconds. Still enough time to get you close to the finish line, but we will see a P2 rotation.
And it's being held right now by the Titans. Cloudy needed to stay alive. Didn't have assistance itself. What a snap. 32 and 16 now. He can surge forward with his team to try to close out the game. It's a battle for the spawns first. It's a pinch with Tor over by the rooftops. He's not going to expect DNAC to be playing in that corner, so they're still alive are the Titans.
Fair enough. Bouncing off the wall, up and over, catches Cloudy on the rotation away, goes for the staircase challenge. Type is there, but it's only Type last alive. 1 versus 3 for the hill time, and he's got to hold on. Only 15 seconds left for the Broncos to take this map number 1 on the 10 hard point. Here comes the Titans for one more. Hurrah! 3 go down. It's last alive Cloudy inside the hill with a pistol and nothing else. Spawns in the back yet again, but this one just continues to bleed out for the Broncos.
Nice little moment there from Maru at the end. Tor now showing up in the feed. It's just 3 more seconds, and there's no way the Titans can get up those stairs. Scoreline will be reached, but not without a certain fight in the first set of hardpoints. Realistically, the first 2 hills, if I'm being candid, for the Titans, but ever since then, the Broncos never looked back and just completely ran them down. I mean, when you have a combined 40-something odd eliminations between 2 players and we're barely even halfway through the game, I think it's a little bit of a pace diff.
I agree with that one. I mean, the Broncos came out a little bit flat at the start, and that's what's going to show, I think, off the early time that we do have. I mean, I don't think that's like truly accurate because the Titans got majority of their time up that first P1, P2 rotation that we saw, Andy, and it was pretty much a full shutout from P3 all the way into the P2 of the next set where, you know, Titans do a good job at holding those spawns, but don't really get that much time off those hills. It's like you're fundamentally doing the right things, but you're never able to get the kills to back it up. You're just constantly fighting off of that spawn and never turning it into the objective.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also one of those games for Den that completely get away from you as well, and the highlights are going to be very indicative of this as well. I think that when you're going back and you're rewatching this from a VOD perspective for the Titans, you're going to be really worried about like all of like the flank opportunities that kept coming through over by P3. It happened both times that we reach over by P3, that one angle comes through, and it's a very deep flank. There's that double TK that does come through from Tor off of that Semtex, including his own life, but didn't really mean much of anything. But would you feel like the biggest difference makers for me in this map number 1, Colin, it was the fluidity that Cal Poly Pomona were playing on the map. They always had one player overextending and trying to play for that pinch, and more often than not, getting away with it.
And you always had Selvis in a spot where you were either like you said, flanking or watching that flank. I think we saw it in that P4 rotation when he was holding onto computers. You see it in P2 when he's constantly throwing his body at that hill, just continuing to contest. I mean, Selvis was truly in the mix, and just look at that scoreline he's put up. I can't wait to see that scoreboard towards the end, because he truly was popping off for his team. But when it wasn't Selvis, it was Farida, it was Tor, all having their moments across map number 1. A really, really strong showing from Cal Poly Pomona on the Den hardpoint to open up this best of 5. And we look towards the stats, Andy, and yes, Selvis 36 and 17, 30 non-traded kills.
It's the type of stat line that should not exist. That's the type of stat line that is going to give me nightmares. And again, like, look at the damage per hill. I mean, it's not as much as what we had from a Newberry member back in the Blackheart, but still, 420 damage per hill on Den is insane. 30 non-traded kills, 36 full eliminations, and 31 and 20 out of Tor. I mean, these guys were absolutely dumpstering in the damage department. You got to give a big shout for Dyke, 28 and 27. Cloudy also had a lot of good moments throughout the entirety of that map number 1. Just the majority of that time were on kills, either out of transition from old time or in transition towards new. A lot of the eliminations for Cal Poly Pomona all in or around the hard point, if not just before the transition.
You know, it surprises me to see Crack sitting 11 and 24, because there's so many times when I was saying his name into a double kill while he was within the time. I guess it didn't happen as many times as I thought, thinking back in that first map. So it's truly unfortunate for C-Soft coming out a little bit flat this map number 1. But hey, we saw the same kind of start in our last match versus USC, and you go into that raid, search and destroy up next, and this is a perfect time for the Titans to completely flip that narrative, although it is going to be a tough narrative to flip, because you talk about the pacing out of the Broncos in map 1. That is not going to slow down on a raid, search and destroy.
No, it's not. For the podcast that we gave before we even hopped into the map number 1, like, raid is such a small map here in Black Ops 7, although its size has never changed. It's the speed that we do get the luxury to play Black Ops 7 at, that you could be across this map. I think someone did it in like 5 seconds almost. Like, if you catch every single possible like jump boost all the way through P5 in the garage spawn, like, you can get across the map wicked fast. So where's the sniper rifle going to come and play? Can you find any of those picks? And most importantly, when you're looking from the Titans perspective, just from a pacing perspective, from that Den hardpoint, can you find early util enough to stop what is going to be the overall Neptune blitz that I imagine Cal Poly Pomona are already yapping about?
No. I mean, you make an operator look like Usain Bolt running the 100-meter dash, but you know what? It's actually the Winter Olympics right now. You make it look like you're Connor McDavid on the Olympic ice rink. It is
the same.
Way too fast across a raid, search, and destroy. And for the Broncos, I mean, you just saw Selvis constantly blitzing in a hard point, Andy. I mean, he's the guy to watch in this map number 2 as well. I doubt we're going to see the sniper in his hand. I want to see nothing but a traffic and nothing but his analog stick push forward and sprint.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that's going to have to be something that just has to be shut down. And the one way that historically you've always shut down very aggressive players in a game mode like Search and Destroy is a lot of the early util, well-placed util. Like, that's where a lot of these early annotations do have to come from in Search and Destroy. Like, you can always take notes on, like, okay, they like putting one player late on the flank from bed, and they like showcasing their sniper top red, and then he low cuts all the way through Zig. But, like, realistically, you need to keep track of that one aggressive player, and where that one aggressive player constantly is, that's where you need to get those team nades. If not already, you need to be teammating Zig, because there's always a buddy that's going to be lurking over there.
Yeah. Always going to be somebody lurking Always going to be somebody in a corner when you least expect it. We got Raid, Search, and Destroy, and then a Den Overload up next. CCL, you tie this up here, you go into a Den Overload, and that, I think, is going to make things even more of an issue for this team, Andy, because if map number 1 has anything to signify about a Den as a map in a respawn, I mean, you put the Overload in the factor, too. I think that's going to be an issue. I think CCL, if you don't win this Raid, Search, and Destroy, there's no way we see that black heart.
No, I don't think so either, Colin. I think that they need to be able to show any sort of possibility of slowing down the game state. And until we see that, which we didn't really get to see on the Den hardpoint, I mean, you could maybe make an argument for P1, but I think that was more like the Broncos trying to figure out like what the Titans were doing on the opposite side. Then yeah, we're not getting that black heart whatsoever. I mean, it is really tough. We've always talked about it in CCL, even since back in BO4. Sometimes there comes down to when a team recognizes, hey, I'm undeniable. What if I just full on sprint and keep gunning these guys? And that might just be the game plan for Poly Pomona until they can't do it no more.
It seems like we got a little bit of a reset from one of the players getting into this Raid, Search, and Destroy as we're getting things into it, folks. We really appreciate everybody for tuning in because it's week 3 of a long time for CCL in this 2026 season. Next week's going to be the last week before our seasonal restructure of these divisions. And then after that, we are going to see some pretty hot competition prior to a lot of the postseason that everybody in CCL always looks forward to. Andy, another season of CCL, another chance for a brand new champion at the end of it. I mean, we saw Oklahoma Christian take the championship the year prior in Black Ops 6. I wonder who's going to be the champion this year, because there's always conversations on that one. I mean, there's always some teams that you just never expect at the end to make some waves.
Top 25 still very high on Oklahoma Christian right now. Same for St. Clair. There's always so many different names you could only imagine will be making headways towards the end of the season. Everybody's ready for that Northwood team. Wasn't that's who Neum was supposed to be playing on?
Yeah, it was.
On that Northwood roster?
Yeah, well,
that would have been...
He was on that team last year.
That would have been nasty to see him. But yeah, but like I mean, like he was gross in BO6, but like Neum in BO7 is diffy.
He's listed as a.
But regardless, yeah, ahead of the divisional restructure. Oh, he's even better. He's so smart.
Well, into the Search and Destroy, into round number 1. Oh, Cloudy's getting spotted. Self is there. Nice pop-up. Still walks away with a kill, and that's all you could ask for from Cloudy in that moment.
Oh, they're just forced just to stay inside of open stairs and hope the overextension comes through. But because they've waited so long, Crack is already around the back. Oh, his timing. They didn't see each other.
Oh, Crack's got to make a play at some point. Nobody's going to expect it. Shots out. 3v2 on the retake. Everybody's going to try to clear out bedroom. Crack's done enough to at least do some damage. No follow-up. Dipe hits his turn, but now he's alone. 1v2. Most planted to the bedroom. Dipe fights 1. 50 HP. 24 seconds. Goes in for the reach. He gets it too. Oh, the 1v2 for Dipe puts him on the board.
And that's exactly what you need to do. Even the slightest. Change the chow. You knew that... He screamed that he had to have been one shot because he was just a cold breeze away from death. And Dipe understanding that as well just takes the jump wall. Watch this last challenge one more time. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Or maybe we won't. I don't care. I didn't want to watch it anyway.
No.
But yeah, I think that's one of those more beautiful aspects that, for what Dipe was bringing to the table over by Den. He's not afraid to take that reach out and at least make it mixy along the way. Post plant gets absolutely blown open because of Crack's timing around backbed.
See if the Titans can make anything out of this one. Cloudy getting aggressive already. Self is going to be caught on the stun check, so information there for the Titans to work for. And here comes Cloudy, another first blood out of himself. This time he stays alive. Tor's going to be able to get that trade. Cloudy goes back in to see if he can keep the numbers there, but instead everything falls apart for the Titans. It's DNAC in a 1 versus 3. I don't think they know he's in laundry, but there's not many places he can be.
Would have seen the nameplate right over top of that godlike head glitch. He's getting a cross up around the back. And, well, Colin, as an Advent chips and salsa enjoyer, I can confidently tell you never double dip, man. You just never do it. Don't do it. Cloudy found that out the hard way. I think his teammate inside of Laundry was way too weak to maybe give him the coverage that he needed to be able to get that gunfight. More or less, the second wall bounce definitely didn't give him the assistance I think he was once looking for. But, yeah, finds that first blood. Then the reprise comes around the back for Cal Poly Pomona. They're able to rectify and get full-on coverage over by Art. Flip the map. Works out quite wonderfully here on Wraith. 3 in that round for Tor.
Yeah, Tor. Great moments back in map number 1, and a moment yet again here. Search and destroy. No trophies down, but no early nades from C-Self. So completely we see Pomona just blitz their way through. Selvas, how has he not been seen here? Have one for yourself. Make it 2. Tor's going to chime in. All 3 kills going the way of the Broncos to open up this round. And Cloudy, now it's his turn in a 1v4 turned 1v3 now. Almost said 1v6.
He rips
Can
the
he make it
first.
anything more?
Only if he rips the first, which he cannot. He should be being chased down now, but I do love the respect that Cal Poly Pomona are giving Cloudy. All but dead to rights. No entry in towards this site. Can't even go 1 for 1. And that's just as standard of a ring push as you could possibly imagine, Colin. You get the smoke over by Laundry Stairs. It's not a fast plant. They didn't have anybody watching P5 push. So what do? You flip the map. And that is just really well executed. And I think when you're looking at it from a broader perspective, for Cal Poly Pomona ahead of the divisional restructure, having deep plays like that is only going to help you as well. Like, that's as standard as they possibly come. But pulling it out in round 3, your second offense, that's a good one to keep in mind, because now the Titans have to remember it.
And really, it's just a change-up of some of those set nades. We saw 0 set nades from the Titans so far. And Selva's just able to do things like this, and Rue's able to do things like that. A set nade over the top, and Cloudy's going to get caught for first blood. Type trying to flip the map to Laundry, just like the Broncos did the round previous. This time around, it is patience out of the Broncos. They wait it out, and they catch you in your tracks. 2 kills so far for Cal Poly Pomona. A 2v4 or C-Self. Selva's already on the flank. Shots into the first one. DNAC is overwhelmed, and they know exactly where the last player is. Everybody collapses, and it's back-to-back rounds. Well, back-to-back-to-back rounds for Cal Poly Pomona.
Off the bounce, Tor's up to 7-1. Looking himself very, very close to absolutely challenging everything underneath the sun. I've been thinking about this ever since we loaded into the series, Colin. Do you think that Rue's name is a reference to the Hunger Games?
I mean, she did miss. That's the thing. You know
Not
who didn't miss?
jumping from trees. Hey, be kind.
Jack Quaid.
Katniss. Oh. That's... I cannot.
Oh,
All right.
Huey didn't
Combined
miss.
sense. Huey, yeah. All good.
I forget what he was called in the Hunger Games. But it's Selva's again.
We're going to have to do a rewatch.
How many times is he going to get away with this? Oh, we will. We will. Back to Cruisin's Pass. He loves it. First blood again for Broncos in the rounds. Bomb going down. Type going to make a play, and he does get those initial shots, but he doesn't know that there is a player lurking into the basketball courts who is continuing to play this quietly. Type waiting for the contact of DNAC. They're able to draw a kill back. 3 versus 3.
Oh.
Still have yet to see the flank come through from Selvas, but as soon as it does, it's Type to get caught in the crossfire. Selvas makes it a double kill. You know exactly where the last one is, and yet again, you are just picked apart by the Broncos for another Cal Poly win.
We're going to have to rewatch Hunger Games, and it feels like that the Titans might have to get a swift rewatch on this raid, because there's just so many different holes and opportunities that the Broncos are sniffing out for Selvas to be able to find these flanks, and he's just completely going unchecked. And you feel like that these are in a lot of different situations where, like, an iron could be held for an AR over by Wheelbarrow, over by Cutout, excuse me. You could be watching that. You would have seen him Foley. Or even a nade off the rip here, spawning jungle. Probably would have been able to keep a frag grenade there at the feet up bottom bed to stop this inevitable push that's starting to manifest now for the Titans. They liked it so much, they're going to try it themselves.
And on the other side, it's just a full hard read over towards A. Salvis is all the way through. They're getting so much information. Into cut. Dipe should have a couple players across him, but he doesn't get even one in that engagement. It is heartbreak yet again for CSUF, especially losing a player like Dipe right now, and he's been so good across the search and destroy. Fortunately enough, though, you still have Cloudy, but he gets caught in the trade. Barrett on the other side. Nice shots from Crack. 2v2. 26 seconds.
Isolated around the back. Rue should be killed off here. Selviz 1v1 versus DNAC. His last known position's inside of Tiki. 10 seconds to find the kill. Selviz hits it so fast. 7 seconds is all that he needs. And he finds the kill plus the defuse with 2 to spare.
That is, again, just so heartbreaking for CSUF. In a moment there, too, you're playing that if you're DNAC, and he just doesn't catch the timing on the Selvis. He is so fast to get across the map. No hesitation. No break in the confidence. Selvis 7-3, yet another clutch for himself after what was a dominant map number 1 that doesn't change in the map 2. 5-1 for Cal Poly Pomona. The Broncos looking to go up 2-0 very fast in this best of 5.
Up on a 5 spree as well. I mean, honestly, how close is he to getting this Hellstorm missile? Be kind of cool to see it end like this. They're going to go back towards that very deep push. The difference is that Rue is lurking this time. He's not a part of this push.
Selvis up top. And it's a good read, too, from CSUF to back on down. Not getting that kill just yet for Selvis is going to force an issue now for Cal Poly Pomona, but it's not going to work the second time around. He blitzes and he dances. He's not able to get that kill right away onto Cloudy, but around the back, it's Rue who's going to catch a timing. 2 versus 3 turned into a 1 versus 3. DNAC again against the odds. 50 seconds. Trying to make a play, a little jump over the top, but I think Rue's going to spot that one out, and he's going to shut down the map number 2 for the Broncos to go up 2-0 over the CSUF Titans on our Tuesday night West Coast head-to-head. It is all Cal Poly Pomona so far.
What do we call that? Did we call that like the false 6-0? Is that what we call that? They lost the initial and they just won 6 straight? It's like the fix. I don't know, man. Yeah, all right. I'm trying for a deep cut here. I don't even know. But like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you go back to the end of that map 1. You asked me going into that raid search and destroy. Sometimes there comes to a certain point in time where you just realize, hey, we can gun these guys, and they're not watching a lot of these flanks, not watching a lot of these different side angles, and a lot of these different cheeky moments completely got away from them. And all started with that first round where, like, Cloudy got the pool play. It allowed for Crack to get behind enemy lines all the way through ring. And then ever after that, I felt like Cal Poly Pomona took it really personally that they were not as crafty as CSUF.
No, and I think that there's moments where you kind of recognize a team like CSUF really just wants to square up in these gunfights, just head-to-head. Take it on the chin and hopefully win these fights. It's different from Cal Poly Pomona because eventually you see like the smokes getting thrown, you see the routes being ran and how fast Selvis can be to really get across that map. CSUF just weren't there in terms of knowing what to watch and watching all those angles and communicating across each other, and it's just constantly getting shot in the back, constantly finding those first bloods. Really big for Selvis. I mean, Rue 8-2 as well. Tor 8-2. I mean, really, Farragut didn't have to do anything across that game. You just kick your feet up. Sub 400 damage. Yeah, go ahead, guys. Slay out. Do what you want. 3 plays,
just like me in rank play for real. 149 damage average for Rue is actually 2 more damage than Selvis, who almost led the lobby. I mean, 8-2 out of Rue, 8-2 out of Tor, 8-3 out of Selvis. Just really big numbers being dropped all the way across the board for all of Cal Poly Pomona. The Broncos just absolutely stampeding. At least DNAC got off of the goose egg at the very least. But, I mean, we already coined it here, man. And it was not a pretty sight here for the map number 2. That if Cal Poly Pomona were able to take this map number 2, and albeit in a devastating fashion the way we just witnessed. Looking like a hot 3-0.
Looking like a hot 3-0 so far as we look at our map set across this series. Look back at what we've seen so far. Map number 1, it was all the Broncos on that Den hardpoint, 250 to 147. Raid, search, and destroy. You thought that a change in scenery might be kind to Tuffy and the Titans, but no, it is not. They're facing down the barrel of that 3-0, like you said, and we got Den Overload coming up very, very shortly as these teams are getting ready to load in for it. I think for the Titans, you're just looking at any way that you can slow this game down, because that's where the Broncos really have you by the throat, Andy. It's just constant pressure, constant engagements, and you're panicking at what to watch.
I feel like that's going to be a continuation going into this Den Overload, right? Because, like, if you were kind of losing a lot of these different angles, they're getting away from you in the Den Hardpoint, like, Den Overload is only going to become more excruciating. When you're losing a lot of these players on your flanks, I mean, I'm more thinking, like, if I'm CSUF and I'm on the P2 side for Overload and I got no pressure over by 10, Selvis is going to put me in hell. Like, that guy is going to be lurking in and out from small over by lockers. He's going to be in my broken, in couches, like... I don't know. It feels like that if you lose Selvis, CSUF, heed my warning. Tell them this right now, Josh. Tell them to double down on the flank and just deal with it together.
Yeah. Just like turn around. Hey, help each other out.
Turn around. Yeah.
All right. I think that you're right to say that Selvis is always going to be on the flank, so somebody should be watching him. But at the same time, I need to see C-Sub take some initiative at the same time. Like, if you recognize that he's flanking you or you have a timing, grab that overload device and see if you can flip the map there. Just pressure out the rest of the team. See if you can just pick up some pace on your own side. Slow down when you're on the defense for sure. But when you notice that Selvis is taking those routes, just pull it to the opposite side of the map and just try to play around that space that they're giving you.
We'll have to see what they're able to produce here. It is due, or I don't know. Don't play map for it. I don't know. Your season's definitely not over. You're 4-2 at the very least. But still, Cali Pomona just absolutely running them over. They've only lost one gunfight since the opening rip so far, and it's looking like a pretty easy score. Oh, never mind.
Well, you think that Cloudy's going to put him 2 kills. Crack helps out. Tor finds his 4th in a row. Time to just get lost in the sauce. That overload device is going to be picked up and carried across the map. Crack gets caught in the crossfire, and immediately that blender is going to mix everything up, and you can see that for the Titans. I mean, definitely some initiative to try to flip this map, but Tor's going to be right behind it all. Nice shots onto DNAC, and it's really going to separate these players from the push on the opposite side of the map. Type slowing down this overload push. Looking for a little bit more, but here comes Tor to the rescue. Cleans up the flank.
He's on 6-0. This is his first life, by the way. Someone help him try to get this streak. He's now got a Dravik. Picks up a second M15, trying to push for the 7th, and has a good look for the 8th, but can't lock it away. So no Hellstorm earned, no EMP delivered, in what was looking like a really good situation to follow up with the initial score, plus a score streak. Falls by the wayside, and the Titans are making a brilliant call trying to reset over by Roos.
It's a 1v1, basically, to score this at B. I mean, everybody else on your team is rushing through the middle of the map, and you are completely alone on the rooftops. DNAC, a second one, but Dipe goes down, and all this pressure is all for naught. That overload device is going to make 0 progression to that B zone. And the Titans have to back up yet again. DNAC's going to get spotted through mid, and opening up the map is going to be Tor.
Selvis has to hold his life. Okay. Let's calm down a little bit here. Tor's working over through P1. He's going to start looking over by couches. Actually opts in to hop through Broken. Saw some feet. And that should be an easy pickup here. Here comes the push. Selvis not going to get shot up and around the back. His teammates all have the assistance. Next are going to be the spawners, and it should be a capture. The only one up is Dipe, and Farida doubles on down. Next device spawning over by 10. Currently where Crack is located at, as all Cal Poly Pomona look to reset the map once more.
Titans going to find a couple of kills to push through. Look at Crack's position. If he can find yet another, this should be a capture and a counter play to tie us back up on the map. So very heads-up play from Crack to open up a lane towards Dojo and feed your team your first capture.
They're keeping things honest for sure. The problem is that Dive was playing for exits. They could bull rush this forward if they recognize the opportunity. They still have numbers on this side of the map. Should they want to brute force this? Tor is here. Farida has to favor towards the reload. And it's all going to be a squabble for couches. The pinch not even working to be developed. And it felt like that Cal Poly Pomona had an opportunity there. They just kind of attempted to brute force themselves. And Salvis says, that's fine. I've been doing it all day.
You know, it's definitely hindsight considering what we can see compared to what they can see, but that opportunity still has not fully left for the Broncos. 3 go down, and that's another capture. Farad is going to put that detonation device inside of the A zone. 2-1 up for CPP. And you see if the Titans can maybe throw themselves another counterplay, but it's a spawn through the middle of the map, and it's not easy to directly counter cap off of that middle spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even when you're trapped inside like the P2 area like that over by roofs, like if you are Poly Pomona, like the only way that does work is if your teammate does win that 1v1 inside of couches and you're able to develop that pinch, then you get that second score a little bit sooner. But yeah, hindsight do be 20/20. Watch that pinch being developed now for Dipe. He's all the way in behind enemy lines. Expecting Farida to maybe jump all the way down. Good trigger discipline. Finds the first. Knows that another one is nearby, but he needs his teammates to find a couple more kills. That's cracked to take down Tor. Is that map space now going to be an advantage that the Titans can finally use for themselves on this half?
I was going to say, Rue might be able to steal this one. DNAX got himself a little preoccupied with a fight through couches, and Rue's just going to run on through for that third capture. The Broncos, 16 seconds left, up 3-1 on Den, and they have all of the space controlled over towards Tin to maybe rally the fourth capture in.
It's possible. They pick up the device. Certainly could be run. DNAC able to find the next, and the device won't get scooped up to ensue overtime, but yeah, that's one of those getting a little bit too ahead of yourselves. You're seeing a lot of numbers all the way through couches. You don't want the flank to be developed. But that's kind of like the Den Hardpoint map 1, where they all have the better dojo spawns looking at P3, and they're all super hyper fixated on the front that nobody's worried about the secondary lane on the side.
And I will say, I mean, you can see that the Titans in real time are searching for answers. You saw it in that immediate counter cap over towards A and Dojo that tied us up in that first half. The issue is it's consistently the slaying that we see and where it's happening. I just feel like there's so many gaps being left open by CSUF, and whether that's a communication problem or just a general understanding about this game mode problem, I'm not really sure yet.
Through the opening rip, I mean, that trophy system did its due diligence to shutting down all 3 of the nades to allow them to get space over by P1. The problem was that Cloudy needed to win that opening break-off, unable to do so. So P1, gunfights won. You got all team control. Brew is causing more chaos. He's 19-6 on his 6 free, finding kills inside a Dragon. And I don't even think that the Broncos want to score at this point.
I mean, why not? Just run up that score.
This is a very aggressive park the bus.
Targeted through the middle of the map. Crack on the drop down. Will be able to finish off. Tor drop that device back into the middle of the map. Out through the middle window. DNAC will get the better of Farida. Holding that forward pressure is not going to be enough to get this overload device towards any of these zones. You need to start pushing up with your DNAC and try to force some plays with this sub in your hand. Nice read onto the flank of itself is trying to dance around for 2, and he's going to confirm that second kill. Tore the next one up. He turns on him, and that's 4 dead. Now you got to go.
Problem is they got to somehow work their way all the way through Broken and then cut all the way left. They shouldn't get here in time to try to stop this, and it should be Cloudy for the score, and he gets the pistol kill on the exit. Look at the spawn over by 10. They're still slaying out. DNAX on 7 in a row. He's got a Hellstorm missile, but that's where he will die.
You still have a chance here. The issue is Cloudy's got to turn back. He's got to help on this cross. I mean, Tor's going to put that overload device down. Eventually, Tor is going to be traded, but it's only Cloudy forward. Another help out from Selfies this time. Keeping Cloudy on that island, stunned up for this challenge. Not able to stay alive. The rest of the team looking to follow up, but they don't track the player inside lockers. Selfies pops up for his 3rd in a row. 15-13, a rally back to Dojo.
Gotta hold strong here. and then revert this pressure into a rally score. Tor's able to slide back through and find that trade on the DNAC. That resets the fight ever so slightly. In Bufu, though, does Selvis spawn all the way over by P2, and wisely enough, the Broncos wait.
Crack. Nice shots there, 3 dead. Selvis finds his, and he's just trying to stay alive, see if he can buy some time for the rest of the team. Looks like he's successful. No need to jump the gun right now if you're the Titans. 2 minutes on the clock still. And this tin side spawn, Andy, is relatively where you want the overload device to be to try to get this over towards B.
Just never really having any semblance of numbers over here. Arcali, Poly, Pomona, but the TK might help things out. Selvis chows that. DNAC wasn't expecting it. And why would you? Rue's also here. 2 more dead in the feed. But they're playing for Tor to maybe try to push through small room, but he's not pushing. He's playing for the timing. The reinforcements are coming, and nobody from the Titans are finding any significant amount of kills. The Broncos are just holding the line.
I mean, the big thing is that Cloudy finds Tor on that flank. The issue continues to be that Selvis is not dying. Finally, he goes down. 3 in the feed. Minute 20 left on the clock. Still pushing that overload device outside of Dojo. Can you get this one through for one last push to tie us up is the question. If you're Fullerton, Tor inside 10 gets his, and he gets out. A second from Selvis before getting traded, and it's allowing Tor to have a timing to push on through. 3 dead again. DNAC's gonna call that Hellstorm, and he immediately drops that hammer straight into the lap of Ruined Tor.
But they still have to push and take down Farida. Farida's gonna start dipping all the way back through mid-cut. They just might cut this back over towards mid. It comes down for the 1v1. Selvis loses it. And now Cloudy just needs to hold the line inside a small dipe off the pinch through the mid-cut. Has one more ahead of him. He doubles down. Here comes the push.
Here he comes to the middle of the map. This is not where you want to be right now if you're CSUF, though. Even though you're finding those kills, it is hard to rush through mid with an overload device on Den. 26 seconds. Self is with the objective. One more push for either side, give or take. And Selvis is looking to put the nail in the coffin. Cloudy's 2. He grabs the device and he immediately ties again. Farida there to shut down the offense. 10 seconds left. And the Titans, they desperately need to grab this device. And not only that, they desperately need the kills. It's just not going to happen today. On the Tuesday, it's the Broncos with a sweep over the Titans. A 3-0 on the night as they continue to stay undefeated in their division.
Josh tries buff ain't big enough. JHB buff never happened. They did not pray to Tuffy. It's rough, man. Selvis just had himself a whale of a series, but even more so than that, I think that it's just so frustrating because there were so many opportunities for CSUF to be able to convert so many different scores and maybe force that black hardpoint map number 4. It's just in those moments to recognize that you have the numbers advantage and you got to play for the bait and switch trade to get that device back in your favor. They just hesitated, constantly allowed Broncos, were always so annoyingly well at playing their lives all series long. We're continuously doing that and just waiting for reinforcements to come back through. I think that these highlights will be indicative of that storyline. But more importantly, through this opening breakoff, Tor, he set the pace, man. And when he started off on the 6-0, I thought that it was probably going to be a Hellstorm missile. We were going to get an 8-0 hoopage. But at least the Titans did fight back, and they kept things really, really honest all the way until the final line.
And that's some commiseration we can give towards CSUF at the end of this series, is that this Den Overload, we kind of hard counted them out going into this map number 3. They ended it with a lot of respect on their side. And it's an honorable way to kind of bow out of an 0-3. Definitely not what you want at the end of the night for sure. But you know, if you're looking at this in terms of that division reset and restructure, you look back at the tapes and you recognize so many issues in that map 1 and map 2 that were starting to kind of fall into place in this map number 3, just not able to hit that home. When it all was said and done, a couple issues on the attack, like you said. I mean, the defense was very, very strong out of the Titans, but just not strong enough to get it done and force that black card out. Looking back at the stats for game number 3, Andy, and I mean, right away, let's look at the Broncos. Tor, he started that game off 7-0, finishes it 25-17. Selvis 26-19. I mean, in map number 1, Selvis had 30 non-traded kills on that down hard point. And he was a menace.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like that Tor and Selvis were the Bash Bros as far as this series is concerned. Like, Rue was always right there with him as well. And it's, you know, it's I guess you could call them the Bash triplets. I mean, Farita really could have kept their legs up all series long and just sat there and played around the objective and chuckled their way to victory because of the way that Selvis was going unnoticed. Tor with the AR up front was just getting egregious gunfights and a lot of headshot multipliers, and Rue was just about doing it all. Some big flowers on the opposite side, of course. Cloudy had himself a really good series, albeit not reflected in this scoreline here. DNAC and Dipe, as well as Crack, all had their very special moments as well. This is not the last that we will see of Tuffy and the Titans out of CSUF Blue.
No, sir.
Keep in mind, that divisional restructure is just on the horizon. These guys are still very much so at the top of the pecking order when it comes down to the division currently. They don't have the head-to-head versus 2 teams now on the day, but still 4-2 record's pretty damn good.
Hey, it's not bad compared to, you know, what we see out of other teams. It's good enough to get you into that division reset. It's good enough to kind of get you set up for the rest of this season. It's just kind of patching those mistakes, fixing those issues. The tape's going to tell everything, and I'm sure for a lot of these players, they're going to look back, they're going to do their homework, they're going to watch. And Andy, like you said, I mean, we got the Cup coming up this weekend for a lot of these players. Why not just sit down, play it? Why the hell not?
I agree. I mean, even if you do play with your collegiate team, if you're not going to be taking challengers that seriously, or you don't have like another challengers team, I will go ahead and tell you, after watching Call of Duty for as long as I have, like, these 2Ks that happen on the weekend are literally the best practice you could possibly ever imagine. Obviously, it all depends on where your seeding is and who you're gonna play for that first one. Hope it's not the Bush, but still, that's where you're gonna get a lot of S&D prowess and a lot of good practice along the way if you can't find it within the CCL scrim chat. But regardless, man, we got a lot of good teams here, and they're all spread across the United States and Canada as well. I'm just excited to be able to see what this divisional restructure does have to offer and how high a lot of these teams are able to reach as far as their skill ceiling.
You and I both. We got another week of action before that restructure, so you guys don't want to miss week 4 of CCL, because come week 5, it's where everything is dialed up to 200% with the playoffs. After that, you know, not too far around the corner either. It's going to be an exciting year for sure. Like Andy said, lots to look forward to, but don't forget to show some love to College COD on Twitter. Follow along for everything, the content and the updates that we get for week-to-week College COD. We'll be back next week on Monday, same time, same place. See you there.